Start on Twitch. Alright, everything should be fine. Good. I mentioned it in the Path of Exile stream yesterday. Because I was in like a state where I wasn't sure if I could add something substantial to the game to make one stream. So I was like, I didn't want to sit around and only add like 2 or 3 lines of code because I wasn't sure what the hell I was doing. But I think I now know how to actually go forward with this. I think I actually know what I want to do now. And I think like this entire block of information right here that I've got written in Obsidian, I think this is what we want to work on today. This is the main thing I want to work on. It's like we can, if we want to add more enemies, if we want to add more weapons, if we want to add more power-ups, we can do that later. Welcome back, Blue. We can do that later. But for now, what we can do is start adding a system to give us actual levels. And this thing will start actually looking more like an actual game. So I guess like something I wanted to show you that I actually did off camera was I made this file here. It's just called Spawner. But the thing is, what's special about this file, I don't think we need that. Yeah, we don't need that line of code. What's special about this file is that there's no original code in this file. All this code came from these 2 files. And these 2 files are now child classes of Spawner. So basically everything from the is enemy spawn happening function, the serialized values for the chance it should take for them to spawn and where they should spawn, it's now all done in this file. So if there's anything that we need all the spawners to do, or if there's a piece of information that we need all the spawners to have, we now put it in here. Hi Startacell, welcome back. We now put it in here. And if I want to show you like where it is in the in like Unity, I put it inside the. Does it? Oh shit! I forgot to change. I made the thumbnail. I just forgot to change it. Thank you. My bad. Alright, it should be different now. Okay, there we go. Inside, it should be inside, like, the spawner. We now have a tab for spawners. So there's an object with the spawners embedded inside it. So, here it is. This is where the spawner script is stored. This is now where the position for... The position and, like, the spawn rate for all the... Not really, it's not really a spawn rate. It's more like... Why did everything buffer? That scared me for a moment. It's not really like a rate. It's more like, how long does it take before it's going to attempt to spawn something again? Because if you guys didn't watch day 3, there was like nested dice rolls on whether something would spawn or not. It's like, oh, are we spawning it? Oh, are we sure? Okay, are we absolutely sure we're doing it? That's kind of what we ended up doing. But it was to achieve the behavior that I wanted it to have. And it's like to have some spawns be more weighted at the top. I want to also say, this thing is also new. This thing was also done off camera. I know, I got more done off camera than I actually did, like, right on stream. But, we now have death planes. These aren't for the ship, by the way. These aren't for the ship. This is for the asteroid and any enemy that bothers to leave the screen that the player doesn't choose to kill. And I decided to build it now because I knew we were gonna have enemies that didn't just chase the player. We were gonna have enemies that would like fly onto screen, that would fly into the screen, and you know, if we didn't kill them, they would leave. And as you can see, it just disappears on its own. And then eventually like another asteroid shows up at some point. I don't know, I feel like it's spawning, like, a little faster than I was expecting it to. Like, normally, like, an asteroid is not meant to be a super common thing that happens. Yeah, there's another one. Honestly, I think that's fine. I think the asteroid's fine the way it is. But it is spawning a little faster than I was expecting it to. It's kind of meant to be, like, a relatively uncommon event. For, like, an asteroid to float by. Oh, right, I think, like, one of my friends suggested this. When I met them out in St. Charles, which is west of Chicago. When I met them, I think, like, I was kind of talking to them about the whole asteroid gimmick in this game. And then we got the idea to randomize the size of the asteroid. So we can either have like one really tiny asteroid walk by, or just like one really large one. We have like one really large asteroid. So that's another thing. That's another reason we decided to like split up. That's another good reason to have like different files for these. I would make the larger ones slower. Yeah, I think the speed of the asteroid is also randomized. The speed of the asteroid is also randomized, and the speed of the speed of the chasers, I believe, are also randomized. I believe I do randomize that as well. Don't worry, we'll get to like making new stuff soon. I just wanted to overview what we were doing in the first place. I'm checking, like, did I randomize the speed? Which file was it in? I don't think I did, actually. I think, no, the enemy's no, wait, I did. Yeah, it does. Its enemy speed is randomized. The only issue with larger ones being slower is that you can be sniped by tiny ones moving at Mach 5. You know, what would probably happen while you're in space. You know, imagine, like, when we become, like, multiplanetary species. When we become a multiplanetary species of, like, a multiplanetary life form. Like, imagine someone just flies out into space and just gets hit by a meteor. You know, they were too drunk one night and they started operating their ship and they just crashed into a meteor. No one's gonna find him. No one's gonna know what happened to him. I don't know. Well, it's like, that depends. Are there gonna be tracking systems attached to, like, people's ships? Would people want that? I don't know. It's like, I just wouldn't want the manufacturer that sold me the car. I wouldn't want them to track my whereabouts. Well, I don't know. I think Teslas already do that anyway. I think, like, that's how Teslas work. So I guess they theoretically would be able to do that. At least, I don't know. I'd have to ask Jay. Like, I guess if Tesla theoretically knows where your car is, and in turn where you are at every moment. If you can't tell what, there's new music I've added to the playlist. This music is from Schedule 1. Because when I was playing Schedule 1 the other day, like, just for myself, I realized, I reminded myself that the music in that game is actually really good. The music in that game is actually really good. Now, here's the thing. So what we're doing is, I think this was there in the previous stream, but I didn't actually mention that it was there. So under the game canvas, I have a UI element called slider. It's this white line down here. I don't know if anybody noticed it when I was working on this game last stream. I never introduced what it did. But the entire idea of a slider is that it's a special UI element. It's a special UI element that essentially you can control with code where this slider is and, like, its value. See? So this specific value here is what we want. I think we'll go by whole numbers. And I guess max value. I guess max value is what we want how long we want a wave to be. Let's say we want a wave to be like 45 seconds. Let's say we want a wave to be like 45 seconds long. 45 may be too long, but I think for now, maybe we'll set it to 10 seconds. Just for, like, testing purposes. We'll set it to 10 seconds. So essentially what I want to do, I need a way to lower this timer. And when it hits 0, I want the wave to end. In other words, I guess, like, I also need a way to signify what level we're on. And then I also need a way to change the level. Which is, like, how to... We don't need to make, like, an entirely new scene. What we need to do is that we need to have the spawner's behavior change based on the level number. Which is where this file comes in. I'm sorry that I did a lot of stuff off camera. Well, some of this stuff was actually done. Some of this stuff actually appeared in the previous stream. I just never, like, drew attention to it. That's where this comes in. This is a scriptable object. Essentially, I don't need to attach this to a game object. It's a class that exists inside our project that I can call. And if I think I already implemented it somewhere. It was inside... Which file was it inside? It was inside Chaser Spawner. What I did was I essentially added the level object into here. And now this level object knows what level we're on. Now we need to leverage that piece of information. I think what could happen, I think what would have to happen is that we'd have to have, like, a list of levels. We'd have to have a list of levels, and they all store the information of what the spawners, what like the setting for their spawn rate to be. That's what you have to do. So what could happen is that instead of having a level object that we serialize, we have a list of level objects that we serialize. Because inside the level object is going to contain, like, the new spawn rates. Like, if I go into here, all this information right here, probably these 4 pieces of information, like, initially, we're going to want to store this inside an object like this and make a ton of objects with a bunch of different settings. And then we have a way to determine when the level changes. And then that's when we have the spawner script iterate through the list and change the settings. Now, see, like, one of the biggest issues I run into when I'm doing this is that I lose myself on where I need to do this. I'm like, where would be the best place to put this? I saw someone code a Terraria mod. They had a procedurally generated difficulty slider. Oh, that's interesting. I guess, like, for now, there are many moments where I think about this stuff a lot, and sometimes you just need to stop thinking and start typing. So what I want to do first is, I think inside Game Manager, I guess what we can do, since Game Manager is like the first object that we have in the list, let's say we get a reference to the game canvas. I need to remember how to do this. So it's like, because it's been a while. So let me serialize a field here. So what we need is, what is it called? Is it just called slider? Yeah, it is called slider. So we need stop thinking, start typing. Yeah, it's like, I say this every stream. I get so lost in my own thoughts and how I'm going to do it. And then, like, I don't actually, like, get anything done. I don't actually get anything done. So once you actually have the broad strokes down, like, you think, like, when someone tries drawing something, they just sit there and think about how the final thing would look? No, they start, like, sketching stuff. They start putting down a sketch, and then once they have a general outline, they just iterate on top of it. So if I find out that this isn't the best way to do it, I'll probably change it later. That's how the enemy spawner happened. That's how we got the enemy spawner, and we had 2 streams of me working on it. Well, hopefully we don't run into any hurdles that are bigger than that. So slider. See, here's the thing. I don't know if that's the best way to do it. However, I want to say that if I... Oh, shit. Wrong button. I want to say if I go back to Unity, I should be able to just drag the slider element into it. Yeah, so what if I think it'll just let me do that. Okay, so if I go to this slider, we'll just set it to 10 for now. We want it to be 10 initially. And let's just test this and make sure we know what we're doing. So let's do void start. And what we want is slider.value to equal, let's make it equal 5. Make it equal 5. It takes an integer because I set it to take an integer. So what should happen is that when I press play, the slider should go down to here. Okay, we're in business. So what we now need to do is we need to kind of make a clock, essentially. Yeah, GG, we're done. The stream's over. The stream's over. I've done it. What we now need to do is make this go down by 1 every second. Now, I'm very curious how we would do this. Like, if we want to do this by, like, delta time. Yeah, that's actually a good question. How would I do this? Like, can I do, is there anything on Unity for, like, counting real seconds? Is there any way to do that? Because there's delta time, but we don't really want to do that. In this case, we wouldn't want to do that. I want to say it's in... I want to say, like, it's somewhere in, like, Unity's time object. Hi, Ash. Welcome back. So, time scale... Sorry, I'm just reading some documentation. That's what you gotta do. Real time since startup. So the real time in seconds since the game started, read only. This is the time in seconds since the start of the application is not constant. Timescale does not affect this property. Time.time. Okay, that is annoying. I'm sorry. I had to turn off my my air conditioning. It was starting to rattle. It's fine. It's actually getting cooler. It's like September's about to start. So I don't have to worry about time.time. What is that? So this is the time at the beginning of the current frame in seconds. Read only. Because we don't really want to count every frame. We don't want this counter to move every frame. We want it to count every second. So I'm trying to figure out how we do that. So implement a countdown timer. Decrement the countdown. Okay, fine. I'll play your game. What is it? Let's honestly see what happens if we do it this way. I need to also... Let me make sure I can, like, accurately see what's going to happen here. Let's set this to 10,000, okay? Let's set this to 10,000, and then in the slider... What we're going to do is take slider minus equal... time dot delta time. I guess like we could cast this into an int, can't we? Or no, it does not work that way. Oh, my bad. Whoops. I don't know, I'm not sure which is... I honestly have no idea. I've never attempted casting this into an integer. I never thought to do that. I don't know, we'll see what this does. I'll have to, like, probably check out what it actually does later. Like, to see how that actually affects things. I'm honestly gonna turn off the spawners for now. Turn them off. Alright, just get rid of the enemies. I just want to see the timer moving. So, slider. It is not moving. Okay, that's odd. Slider value, I was able to set it. Alright, just make it a raw number. Let's see what happens. I was able to change its value. Alright, just keep the spawners off for now. Yeah, you see how it's like removing the time like way faster than it should be? I'll put the value somewhere. So it's like, this is kind of what I want. Me win advertisement. What happens when this hits 0? Will it go in the negatives? No, it won't. Good. Okay, and if I try to set it back, it'll just do that. Yeah, I imagine, like, if I just put 60 in this, it is clearly not going to just do 60. Yeah, goddamn. Okay. So what? Let's do time dot... Let's try this again. I want to see what happens if I do this. Okay, we need to output this. Yeah, I have no idea. It should, like... Time.delta time should have a value. It's like, it can't be 0. That's the only way the slider can't be moving. Oh! The number is just really, really tiny. Alright, how about this? All right, how about this? Let's not make this a whole number. All right, how you like that? How accurate do you think that is to a real second? I actually have no idea. I mean, like, it'll all be, at least it would be consistent no matter the refresh rate. This might be as good as it can get. It might actually, I think this will be as good as it can get for now. Let's just go with it. Let's not use whole numbers here. Let's make this, it's pretty damn accurate. Yeah, I was trying to think about it. I was like, is it? How accurate is this? All right, let's see how this looks when we just have 10 seconds. Yeah, that looks really nice. All right, so we can get rid of this message. We don't need to debug. We don't need to do this. And then what we got to do, I guess we also got to check if slider.value is equal to 0. Then just for now, I got an idea. Hold up. What we're gonna do, here's what we can do. I don't know. It's like, I feel like I used public methods a little too liberally, and I don't know if this is the best way to do it. Let's make a public method called is time up, because this is like game logic stuff. I don't know. Maybe I gotta get the maybe what I gotta do is just like get the slider, like have a reference to the slider and the other stuff. I'm like thinking, should this be here or should this be in the spawner object? That's the only thing that's determined by the timer. Well, actually, hold up. Because like, I also need to determine if the wave is over. So I guess like, instead of saying is time up, we want to say is wave over. So is wave over. So what we need to determine, I hope you have a nice day, welcome back. What we need to determine if the slider.value is equal to 0, but we also need to make sure that there are no enemies on screen. We need to make sure there are no enemies on screen. So I guess like, what, do I need a reference to the spawners to get their counts? Yeah, because this is inside the spawner, inside the controllers. Inside the controllers, this is where we get the, we get like the head count for how many are on the screen. We need to make sure all these enemies are not on screen in order to determine that the wave is over. Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking about this. So is slider value equal to 0? And what do we also need to determine? I missed most of the stream yesterday. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. You did do that. Sorry, I'm thinking something over. I'm just like thinking, is this the best way to do it? I added On the Rocks from Pizza Tower to the soundtrack too. Let me know if the music's too loud as well. The reset count. Sometimes I read random shit on my screen when I'm like confused with something, and I'm like, that has nothing to do with what I'm trying to figure out here. So is wave over? I don't know, I'd like to do this all from one place. So if the slider value is 0, and we need to know that no enemies are on screen, and the only way to determine that is knowing that knowing that all the, like, all the controllers, all their static variables equal 0. So I guess like inside the game manager, I would also need access to the controller for the asteroid. So let's... So game object... So we'll do asteroid, and then we'll also do serialize game object chaser. I don't know, I'm thinking like, I can't think of a different way to do this, but I guess this is what we'd have to work with. So, inside asteroid, well, we don't need the object, we need the controller itself. So, I would need chaser controller, excuse me, and then asteroid controller. I think we need this instead. Alright, and then inside void start, we then need to take asteroid equals what? Wait, why can't it do that all the time, honestly? Okay, who does this? And then who does this? Alright? There's very different people. Two very different programmers, alright? I saw the stream buffer for a second. Is everybody alright? There's two different types of programmers, alright? There's this and this. But my VS Code like does this automatically in most cases, so I just go with it. Okay, we need this. And then we also need chaser. We'll need like the same thing for the chaser. And then we need chaser controller. Okay. So now what needs to happen is that I guess we'll need another method. So void are all enemies gone. All right, look, I didn't say it's. Wait, why is it doing that now? It's like been consistently putting the brackets on their own lines, and now it's just like doing it on its own. What, did I change something? Why is it doing that? So basically, we're just gonna have a series of if statements in here. I'm losing my mind. Why is it doing that? It's like if you did that from the beginning, I wouldn't have minded that at all. So we need asteroid.get. If we got asteroid.get counts equals 0. This might be a long if statement. And chaser.get counts equals 0. So for now, that's all that needs to be in there. This needs to be a boolean. So bool, all enemies gone, and then else. Okay, see, now it did it correctly. Turn false. Okay. Banger song. Did you play Bomber Cyberpunk? I played it like maybe 2 years ago. I played it when it came out. It was a great game. It was fun. Slider value equals 0. All enemies gone. I guess like for now, we'll just say like debug.log wave over. We'll try that. This should like already accomplish the functionality I want it to. Because like as an expert programmer, I only need to run my programs once and I know that they work. Okay, so let's turn this back on. So I don't need to look at the slider component. I already know that how the slider is working. So basically, once the asteroid like goes off screen and like disappears, and then once all the enemies are off screen, Oh, right. Enemies are gonna continue spawning. I didn't think of that. Okay. I didn't think of that. Most songs go good with the sound of furnaces burning and machines processing. Yeah. Well, like, I listen to like some other music, but I can't play that music here because it's copywritten. So is wave over? I guess, like, what's gonna have to happen inside the spawner? I guess inside the spawner, I'm gonna also need a serialized field for the slider. Because what needs to happen here, anybody here that doesn't code, protected means that that instance variable can be used by its children, the children of that class. I'd have to also explain how child objects work if anybody wants to know how inheritance works. What I also need is slider. So I'm gonna need to add this. And then I'm also gonna need a protected, function called bool is time up. So if slider.value is equal to 0, don't type it like that. I did add Pepperman Strikes to the soundtrack too. I'm like starting to recognize like which new music I've added. Because like how could I have forgotten this song? It's so good. It's one of my favorite songs in the Pizza Tower soundtrack. So return false, and then return true. Okay, so I also need to attach the slider to this. We should race his noise for the Pizza Tower revival. What Pizza Tower revival? I don't know if I'll go back to the game. Sometimes I do play it like for myself. You know, like something else I had thought about. There's a Pizza Tower revival happening. What do you mean a revival? What's that even supposed to mean? Like, are they adding new levels? Are they doing new stuff? Well, you got me checking. What kind of revival is happening here? It's just coming back? What does that even mean then? I don't see any news here. Like, what does that even mean then? Is this something that are the developers, have they announced anything? Fuck, what was I doing? I don't. Because there's nothing on the Steam page about it. You made it sound like the devs were adding some, like, new thing to the game. It doesn't look like there's anything new. I needed the slider to... I needed them to check... Like, the asteroid spawners need to check this. I don't know, it's like... What you could do is just have the... Okay, let me show you this. I think, like, what my idea is that I want this spawner to just turn off. Basically, like, set itself to inactive. Basically, when the time is up. I think that'd be better, because then that in turn turns off all the spawners. But it doesn't mess with the enemies. It's only a way to initialize the enemies. Okay, so what we can do... inside here, we can now add this to the mix. So slider value is equal to 0. I guess, like, So void update. What needs to happen is that if is time up, then what needs to happen, is that it sets itself to inactive. Now, obviously, I would need a way to turn it back on. I would need a way to... I guess, like, I would need to give the game a... I would need to give the game manager a way to know when to turn everything back on. I don't know, I'm, like, thinking about it. Like, where would I do this for the timer? Pizza Tower Mass Revival? Oh, this is some shit on TikTok. Alright, no wonder I didn't hear about it. Hey, what happened to that, like, mass exodus to YouTube? What happened to that? Alright, so at least what I want to see... What I at least want to see is that the spawner, like, turns off. And honestly, when the spawner turns off, we should see what the other thing I implemented. We should see that also work. Alright, so the spawner's off. So, once I kill these last enemies... That is concerning. Okay. It should say that the wave is over. Game manager. Are all enemies gone? Because it's also, it should also be checking this. Oh, wait, is it not? It is not using this. Is wave over? Yeah, that function was not being implemented. Alright, let's try that again. I don't think it was being implemented. Let's try that again. There's like some other debug messages you might be noticing. Don't worry about them. I'll probably just like remove some of them. There's some things I wanted to make sure worked. What the fuck? Oh, that's, yeah, that's a good point. Shit. Yeah, okay. I guess, like, what I'd have to do is have, like, a different value to determine, like, I'd have to do this a different way. We can't do it this way because it needs to refer to that object. The only way you might be able to get away with making it a prefab, but I think that would introduce, like, some complexities I don't want to deal with. The gears are turning in my head. Yeah, this is not the way we want to do this. I don't know, I guess like what could happen is that we go out of our way and set the max count to 0. We just set it to 0 so it just stops spawning it. That could be another thing. Asteroid spawner max count 1. I think what I want to do sorry, I'm thinking this over. I'm like thinking the best way to go about doing this. It's not gonna be this easy. So inside the game manager, we have this line of code, which will not work if these two objects are inactive. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't get these two pieces of information if they get turned inactive. So I guess, like, what would have to happen is that when the timer hits 0, I guess, like, both the... Okay, the spawner does have a reference to the slider. So I guess I just have to add, like, a value here to show that, like, hey, if it's equal to 0, stop spawning enemy. Don't spawn enemies at all. I have to do that, too. So I'd have to do something like this. We'd have to do some shit like this. And we'd have to copy this over to the chaser spawner. And then the spawner is time up. I don't think we need this, would we? I'm gonna see what happens if we just don't have this. Let's see how far we get without this. Okay, try this again. What's wrong with the asteroid spawner? Does it have a problem with this? Asteroid spawner update 26. It should know what it's talking about. It should know about this. Not equal to 0. I don't know. It's like, I can always just add the reference here, but I kind of didn't want to. I was like, no, it should just be in the parent. I'm not really sure why it's unable to detect where it is. Try that again. You know, as if it'll run differently. No reference. Oh, wait, what the heck? Wait, did adding the slider just be like, oh, hey, now the children have this? What the heck? I didn't know it did that. Alright, screw it. It's gonna make me do that. I mean, like, well, the slider is only, like, it's only initialized in one location. So I guess whatever. Fine. It seems to be the only way. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, did I just do that while it was... God damn it. I think I just did that while the game was running. So it just, like, undid my changes. I've done that before. I would make changes to a game, and then, like, I realized that the game was running, and then it just, like, reverts it all back when I turn the game off. What happened now? Game manager, 43, get count. These objects should still be there. Oh, right. So what would happen is that... Oh, you son of a bitch. So it can't get the count if like there's none of them left on the screen. Oh wow. Jesus. That's fucked up. Alright, so there is a way we can like circumvent this. There is a way we can circumvent this. What we'd have to do is we'd have to serialize a field. Normally I don't want to do that, but I guess we have no choice. So game object chaser, and then asteroid. Serialize field. So what would need to happen is that we need to get a certain component asteroid controller. Actually, no, wait. We need it like this. So game object. And then we also need this to be chaser. I have no idea if this would still work. I don't know, if we serialize the prefabs, that should work, I think. So what needs to happen here is that we get the game object. And then inside the game object, we do... get components. This be how it works? No. Oh, no, that is a legal statement. Okay. I have no idea if that's how that would work. Then we need chaser. Alright, so now what we need to do is we just add the prefabs to the spawner. Because I know the prefabs should never be destroyed, because they're prefabs. So let's go in the game manager, asteroid. So give me chaser and then give me asteroid. I don't know, let's see what happens then. Yeah, if any bug happens, a bug happens. Game manager at line 17. And what's your problem there? I actually don't know what's the problem now. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Wait. Asteroid. Why does it have a problem with this? Game manager.asteroid. It's like I serialized the prefab, so I thought that that was fine. Is it not? I don't know. It's like I think I'm overthinking this again. Maybe the solution is to just set the max count to 0. So get count equals 0. Asteroid controller. Huh. Because like, I never had a problem with none of the enemies being on screen in the first place. That's why I'm confused. Hit component, asteroid controller, game object. I'm imagining it's gonna have a problem with the chaser as well. God damn it. Everything about that seems perfectly fine. need something more specific than this. There's like a no reference exception. Get component, asteroid controller. Actually, I'm wondering, like, do we even need this line? I was like, hold on, do I even need that part? Yeah, so we get the game objects, and then we get the component for the asteroid controller, and then we get the count. But even then, I think this still throws an error. It does not. Really? What happens when the timer hits 0? It's not spawning more enemies. Well, what the fuck? It just works now. Alright, fine. Be that way. It just works now. Alright. I might be the smartest man alive. But no, that's what I wanted to see. So not all enemies are gone. Now we need, I guess, like, inside this function, we need to, like, do some sort of sequence to make the end of the wave, I guess. Like, I guess, like, I need a way to signify that, what level we're on. I don't know, I'm thinking of the best way to do it. Because it's like, I guess I have a label on the top right. Label on the top right? I guess, like, I could probably play a sound. Probably play a sound to, like, signify that we're in the next wave. But it's like, what I'm intending to do is that I need to have phases that are between the waves. Because, like, normally you... I don't know. Maybe we don't need one, because I was, like, thinking of the... I was thinking of, like, in Stardew Valley, there's Journey of the Prairie King, where you're able to, where, like, every time you complete a wave, they like, give you an opportunity to buy an item. But I'm like, I don't know, maybe I just have the items just randomly be there. Like, float by, similarly to the asteroid. But I would like to have, like a brief period where it's not, where, like, nothing's happening. Or it's like, I want to have a label that shows the next wave. Don't spawn any enemies, but once the wave label disappears, then it starts the wave. Kind of like a level introduction. Kind of like that. What I'm thinking of doing... I guess, like, what we can start with, we can, inside the game canvas, I guess we can add another text mesh pro. Is this what I want, or was it... Actually, maybe that's not what I wanted. There it is. Let's try UI. Or maybe it is what I want. Yeah, score text. I don't know, fuck it. We'll just, we'll duplicate this. Yeah, duplicate that. Give me that. Rename this to, I don't know, wave text. And then in this case, we want this to be... We put it up there. And then, I guess, like, level. Yeah, that's fine. Very, very straightforward. So I guess, like, every time the timer reaches 0, we increment the level. I think what I also want to do is we want to go... I think it's time we start thinking about this part. right here. Let me turn down my speaker slightly. It's a little loud. Because, like, now that I turned off the AC, I can actually hear myself think. Yeah, let me open this. So inside, I need to open the level SO, the scriptable object. So basically, there's a whole class in Unity called scriptable objects. And instead of model behavior, this is the class that we derive scriptable objects from. So I just wanted to test, like, I tested if vector 2s actually were something you could put into a scriptable object. Apparently at some point you couldn't do that, but in newer versions of Unity you can. So let's just like remove this. So when all enemies are gone, I guess like what we can do, how about this? Let's make a new method. I guess like we're not using this anywhere else, I don't think, so we can just make this a normal private variable or a private method. So void starts new wave. We'll make something like that. And then what we can do is like invoke start new wave. I think this needs to be a string. Start new wave. Do it in like 5 seconds. I don't know. Maybe we'll like play a jingle of some kind, and then they'll just like move to the next wave. Yeah, so what needs to happen is that we also need to have, like, a list of all the levels. And I guess we can keep that in the game manager. Because we need to iterate through that list. I think, like, a lot of different things are gonna have to iterate through that list. Like, collectively together. I think what I'll start with doing is I'm going to make it so enemies only spawn from the top for the time being. Because like eventually these values are gonna get fed by the level object. They eventually will. Because like each function is gonna have a way to like change. I think like in the spawner file, we're gonna add like another function, another protected function to kind of change your configuration. So the spawner needs to have references to the list of levels, and so does the game manager. Both of them need that. So for now, what we should do, let's just make a couple level objects. When you make a scriptable object, you can right-click inside the directory, and you can create a level like this from this menu here. It adds it like this. So let's make like level 2, and I don't know, we'll make this 2. Hey, hi, welcome valid user, welcome back. Let's then make level 3 like that. So for now, I'm not staying long. Oh, okay. So for now, we have 3 scriptable objects. Guess what? I think you mentioned yesterday you were getting merch from like a YouTuber you liked. You got like a fanny pack. And I guess what we can do now, let's do list, level SO. Level. And I guess, well, I think I can just like use a scriptable object on, or like serialize it, right? Yeah, just do that. My account was flagged? Wait, your YouTube account? Hope that everyone in YouTube gets it. What? Like, as in, like, they think you're not 18? Jesus. Look how tiny this fucking grape is. The tiny grapes are normally like really sour. Jesus Christ. So like, what are you, so it seems like you're still able to use the site. Gotta go. All right, that's fine. I'm not sure what the age verification would stop you from doing then. Does it stop you from leaving comments or anything? I mean, it still sucks. All right, so here's what I also want to do. Let me go back into the game. Let me go back into the game, and what I want to do for this wave text, I want it to still say level 0. However, what we're gonna do, we're gonna try to update it. We're gonna try our best. We're gonna see if we can update it. What do these guys do about like the score manager? What's going on here? Okay, so I guess like serialized field, text mesh pro, GUI, star text. So inside the game manager, we're gonna need another reference to manipulate the level. So we'll need a way to update this. And then I think what we also have to do... God, I have too many files. This project is getting too big for me. What am I missing? Is it this? Yeah, it's probably Text Mesh Pro. Yeah, there we go. So you have level number and then levels. I also believe that we should now start adding... The game manager should now have like a list that we can add to. Yeah, see? Like this. So inside the game manager, let me lock this for a second so I can now take these. Okay. Alright, I guess it doesn't work that way. Whatever. What the fuck? Okay, there we go. Jesus. And the level number will put wave text here. I don't know. I don't know if, like, doing all these references like this, I'm not sure if that's the best way to do it. But, it's what we got. So, when the game first begins, it should immediately set the levels... It should immediately set level number dot text to this. Yeah, dot get level number. So basically what we should see happen is that when I start the game, it should just immediately type level 1. It should list level 1. Which it does. Okay. So then what happens is that when the wave ends, it should like increment it. I haven't implemented that part. I'm just saying that that's what it should do. That's what it should do. Alright, so for now nothing happens because it's like the wave is over but nothing happens. Yeah, where's that? I'm seeing like that number and I'm like, where is that number being outputted? Yeah, who's outputting that? Chaser spawner. Yeah, we don't need that. But like, that was me testing to make sure it worked. And that like everybody else could reference what's going on there. Yeah, so for now, don't do this. What you're gonna do, the spawner is going to refer to this. Had to leave for a second. Anything significant happen? I'm implementing a scriptable object into this. And what the fuck is your problem now? Okay, there we go. Level S out. Like when you auto complete it with the IntelliSense, it actually adds the namespace that you need. So inside the game manager, what needs to happen? Me when I'm a solid 40 seconds behind the stream? Oh god. This should only output once. So starting new wave. So int current wave number, which should like initially equal 0. So what needs to happen is that current wave number, add 1 to it, and then start new wave. What should then happen this should then be updated. Now, of course, nothing will happen. No enemies will spawn. So slider value 0. What would then have to happen is that slider value will equal... I think we added a 10F before. I think we'll have to add a... I think this is the only place where the slider's being referenced. I know I shouldn't be hard-coding that number in like that. Let's do wave time. Let's make that equal 10. And then current wave number, and then wave time. That's what we in the business call magic numbers. Yeah, I think I also call them magic numbers. We want to avoid that. Okay, so here's what is supposedly going to happen. Basically, when that timer at the bottom reaches 0, the enemies will stop spawning. However, when I kill them, when I kill all the remaining enemies, what should then happen is that the level increments by 1, and then it starts a new wave. Let's see what happens. Now, obviously, I think the main issue that we'll run into is that it will probably, like, get an array index error. We'll probably, I think, like, I didn't check that part. We'll probably get an array index error. Yeah, so once these remaining enemies die... Wait, 5 seconds. Okay, that's not what I thought was gonna happen. I knew I put a timer on. I put an invoke timer on it. So I was like, no, you gotta wait 5 seconds? Okay, what was that? That was weird. Index is out of range. So start new wave, increment this value. I think we want to make this happen first. I'm under the impression we need this on the frame this happens. We need this value to change first because I think this thing ran several more times than it should have. I don't know. I think that's what the issue was. That's my guess. I think what I also want to do, let's make this a little shorter. Make this 2 seconds. I don't know. I don't mind that being a magic number. It's just a timer. I don't know, maybe I should change that to be something, to be a variable too. All right, so we'll have this. We'll have our asteroid. I haven't handled like what happens when you die yet. So when these enemies die, let's see what happens. Oh, I still got that error. So current wave number. Okay, so how about this? If current wave number is greater than and do all this garbage. I think this should be like, this should at least stop the errors. I guess like you would technically say you win here. I don't know. Yeah, so it's constantly checking if the wave is over. So it needs to know that slider value is 0 and that all the enemies are gone. Invoke start new wave. Slider value will equal the wave time. Let's give it a shot. Make slider is less than or greater than 0. Or it's like less than or equal. What? How did that even happen? The index somewhat went out of range? Alright. So current wave number. Let me just do so make the slider is less than or equal to 0. So even if even if that progresses, even if the thing that progresses it goes over 0, it still works. If the thing that progresses it goes over 0. I mean, like, it's a slider. This should never be below 0. Or I'm not really sure what you mean. Oh, I locked this. Right, let me try this. Yeah, sliders are designed to never be lower than 0. Alright, try this again. I want to see what happens. How the fuck is it able to do that? Okay, so wave over... Jesus. Is wave over? I'm thinking about this. Yeah, so this check definitely works. That's like, there's nothing wrong with how that works. Honestly, curious. Don't even like increment this now. I just want to understand. I just want to understand what's going on here. You know, something I've noticed, like, in the entirety we've been working on this, we have not added any sort of sounds to this. Alright, see, it started a new wave. I think it just started a new wave again. And now that timer's gone, after that asteroid clears out, okay, it's something about, like, the level changing. Yeah, it's something about incrementing the wave number it has a problem with. I don't know, it's something like I need to stop it from, like, incrementing it more than it's supposed to. Yeah, it's like something about, like, in that frame, for some reason it's incrementing the number more than it's supposed to be. Alright, take it to the internet. Increasing value only once. Add 1 to an integer. Values every put back to 0. Okay, what the fuck does that mean? I don't know, it's like I have an idea of just like having a boolean that makes sure do not like, as in do not increment any further when this happens. But I'm like, is that really the best way to do it? Because like this is how we solved the problem with the collider. Remember with like the asteroid, which was it? Was the asteroid? It was the chaser controller. This is how we solved it here. This is how we made like a lock, so it would like only run, it would only happen once, and exactly once. God, that's gonna be... So here's what we could try. So is current wave changing? This seems really silly, and I don't really know if this is the best way to do this. Let me look to how I did it here. It's gonna be something similar to this. And then, like, it needs to be set to false, but then we'll need to set it back to true again at some point later. Because this isn't the same as the colliders. Because those colliders, those objects destroy themselves once it happens. You should play this song, but it never starts. Is wave changing? I guess, like... I don't know, I guess we can do it here. Because I don't want to, like, have this true the entire time. That would be weird. Let's see how it handles this. Let's see if it does what I expect it to do. Alright, so after these last two enemies die, it'll... In 2 seconds, we'll see what happens. Alright! So now, like, all that needs to happen is once I kill an enemy, I need to, like, maybe, you know, play some sort of register that you finished the level. The reason there was a space of time there without enemies is because the asteroid was taking time to be destroyed. If you saw on the engine side, if you were paying attention to the engine side, that's why that took longer than it should have to end the level, because the asteroid was still, like, alive, quote unquote. So I think when I complete this, I don't think I've error checked this. Yeah, I have not. Index was out of range. Maybe a white vignette effect that fades out quickly. With the background. Wait, I might know what you mean. So game background. No, that's not the value I want to mess with. I was like, is there a specific value here that I can mess with to signify, like... I don't know. It'd be something like that. It would be something like that. If you hadn't noticed, I didn't want, like, the background to be too noisy, so I made it slightly darker. I, like, darkened the background to make it, like, a little less, so you can focus on the enemies. Because it makes the enemies and the player pop. That I didn't want it to... This is what it would have looked like, but I thought this was a little too visually noisy. So I, like, muted it a little, so you could... So, like, the background is kind of, like, subtly there. Like, in the background. I agree. So yeah, I guess, like, when an enemy dies, we would have to, like, do something like... something like that. And then, like, you know, and then it starts, like... I don't know, I play, like, a jingle to like, have the, you know, the next wave begin. I guess I also need a... Let me go into here. We need this. Because we need an else statement, and then everything else here goes in the else statement. Wait, what the fuck is happening here? Hold on. let me rethink that one. What the hell's going on here? Else. Okay, so what needs to happen is that this happens in the else statement down here. I was just like, what the fuck am I looking at there? I'm like, what did I just type out? Okay. I think what should happen here now is that if the current wave number is greater than the levels count, wait, is that gonna make one more wave than there should be? I want to say this needs to be equal. So, like, either what's gonna happen is that this is gonna stop a wave too early, or this will work properly. Let me just make sure. Greater than or equal to? Alright, this starts wave 2. Oh, there's like that. I need to remove that debug log. Why is it just typing 1? Alright, that should... Once that meteorite hits the death plane, then the third wave should begin. Okay. I honestly did not even see that meteor. I almost got hit by that. I'm dog shit at my own game. I don't even know how to play my own damn game. This does create a weird error, though. Yeah. Because I think, like, even though it says that I win, the game still tries to continue onward. Chat type 1? Do you know the meme? Which meme? Yeah, start new wave. Yeah, so it should do this. So what is it having a problem with here? Index was out of range. It's like, current wave number. Let me go find like the one space in my thing that shouldn't be it's typing out the number 1 for some reason. Oh. That's I don't hang around on Reddit, so I have no idea about that. I was like, did I have another debug log? Like, that was typing out the number 1 for some reason? I was like, what the hell was that? No, wait, no, that was still start new wave. It was typing start new wave a lot for some reason. Huh. Sorry, I'm thinking about this. How do I... It's like, I need the game to end smoothly. I need to wait for the game to end smoothly. Because I'm not really sure what happened here. So show me the errors again. This music's from Hi-Fi Rush. I forgot I added that. It's like, I don't even see a sign that it went out of I guess, like... Wait. God, I'm so fucking stupid. Normally that's followed up by me finding the solution, but no, I still don't understand how I fix this. So current wave number is this. It runs this. All right, here's what we'll do. I'm not sure if this is the best way to do this. Is game over. So if is game over, if this is false, do that. And I don't know, because I think it's like when it tries to run is wave over again, that's the issue. We need to stop it from doing that. Blue, can you beat that person to death for me? Alright, so debug.log game is over. It's like eventually what I can do is that I can have like a text element that just displays the final score or something. We'll try that. We just need like we need errors to stop here. Let's also just get rid of that. Yeah, this music from Hi-Fi Rush, this plays in the, I think this plays at the beginning of the game, and it also plays during like the arena mode. Well, not the arena mode. There's like a sandbox mode where you can like fuck around with all the moves in the game. This is where this track plays as well. I think it plays in the main menu too. This is a very good game. Yeah, I always said, like, I really enjoyed the game. It was like, I was hyper fixated on it for a couple weeks, but then Pizza Tower came out. Like, the two games came out within, like, 2 weeks of each other. And, like, Pizza Tower was the game I was playing, like, constantly after that. Yeah, this played in the tutorial. That, like, that bit I just heard, like, a couple seconds ago. That's the part where Chai, like, gets in the elevator. And it launches him in the air, and he sees like the entire company campus in like one shot. And it was a really cool moment in the game. All right, so this should just say that I've won and nothing. What? Am I crazy? Wait a minute. Oh, shit. I didn't think about that. I should have known that. Try this. I should have known that. That was really stupid of me. God. I think this was the problem the entire time. Like, it is counting the 3, but the issue is that I wasn't thinking in arrays. I was thinking like a simpleton who thinks in normal numbers, who counts like a normal person. All right, let's see if this works. No asteroid? They should start wave 3, I believe. Yeah. God, I'm so fucking stupid. Oh, wait, now it thinks the game is over. Which it shouldn't be doing that. Wait, what's gonna happen then? Oh, the timer isn't going down now. Okay. At least I got that statement to print out. Yeah, the timer wasn't going down now. So game is over. Yeah, I think what happened is that it reset the... Let's keep this at 0. That might be a band-aid solution. I'll try to find the real problem in a second. Okay, so the timer goes down to 0. This should start wave 2. Grab a quick snack. All right. I think what I might do, I might make the bonus items disappear after a couple seconds. So if you don't pick them up, that's your loss. So in that, if I do that, I might want to make them worth like a couple more points. Actually, wait, no, this should be fine. Never mind, I'm doubly stupid. It's like, again, the idea was just to stop his wave over from running again. I'll probably also need to, like, handle a better way to do the game over. I don't know, I'm like thinking about how I'm gonna handle death in this game. Like, well, I have ideas on how we can do it. It's more just like... It's more just like, oh, I need to know how to like implement it in code. For now, this is already like really nice. Let's just start level 3. And then after this, it should tell me that the game is over. Alright, now that meteor is gone. What? What? Is the solution greater than or equal to? It's like, I don't know, it shouldn't matter at that point if it's only incrementing once. I thought it was fine. Let me also like hide some of these elements. So that should start wave 2. I finally did it. What did you do? I have stainless steel. When do you get to that one part in Greg Tag where you have to make like, there's this thing you can craft, but you have to make like an enclosed room out of a certain block? I don't remember what it was. I think it was like, it has to do with like applied energistics processors. When you get to that point in GregTech, it makes you make a room out of a certain block. Because apparently processors can only be made while in an enclosed room made of so-and-so. Jesus, what the hell now? Okay, yeah, I don't think this was like the problem. I honestly don't know what's wrong. The slider value, it's like I set it to 0, so nothing else will happen. Well, like, what's interesting is that the game seemed to have been functioning when I didn't have that there. Let me try that again. We're getting there. We're slowly arriving at the solution here. Alright, let the asteroid kill some of the drones for me. Okay, so this wave seems to be functioning as it should. I'm so confused. It was not doing that before. I definitely saw the message that the game was over. Let's just remove this. I don't think greater than or equal to was the answer. I was like, greater than or equal to, I wasn't even sure it made sense there. Because it seems to be going past the index. It doesn't seem to be. Or it's like, it's not supposed to be doing that. I don't know, it's like, sometimes I feel like the answer is like right in my face and I should have noticed it. Oh, wait, I see what you mean now. Yeah, because, like, okay, so if it's greater than 0, then the game is over. If it's not, then keep going. Which should cover the correct indexes. Like, I'm not sure why it's iterating higher than it should be. It's like, I want to make sure it's like absolutely stopping it from iterating higher. Current wave number should never be like greater than that number. I don't know, this seems like such an inoffensive, like, it seems like such an inoffensive, problem. Also, I noticed that I hadn't reset the spawner logic. Oh, shit. The asteroid spun right on top of me, jeez. Index out of rank. What I hate the most is that for some reason it's just not fucking telling me where the problem is. Wait, 70. It should never fucking run this. So if the current wave number is greater than... Yeah, fucking hell, this is like completely like messing with me. It should never run this. Alright, uncomment this. It's so bizarre. Don't worry, I feel like I feel like I've got it. I feel like I'm getting there. I just don't understand. Alright, yeah, so this now says 1. It should say 1, even though it's level 2, because this is the index it's referring to. That value there makes sense. Like, I need to... Yeah, I thought this part would be easy. I don't know what's, like, escaping me here. Alright, now it should say... The index should now say 2. That makes sense. How is it doing that? I need to see what this is. But I need to know for a fact it says 3. Okay, it does say 3. God, this confused the fuck out of me. It's like the solution should be so... I think that's the solution. Like, subtracting 1 like that should actually solve this. Because we can't ever let the wave number be 3. Because then the index is going to get put into the array and it's going to be wrong. I just noticed, did it not spawn... Did you see that? It did not spawn an asteroid in that wave, did it? Or did I just miss it? Alright, so here's wave 3. Yeah, the value should never... That number... Make sure... We have to guarantee that number is never 3. Alright, so at this point, it should just tell me that I've won. I'm so lost. What the fuck? Okay, that's it. Move this here. I need to see what this is. Like, at the start of this function, I need to know what number it is going in. Alright, so the count, like, for the list size is 3. We know this. We know this as truth. Okay, so now it's 1, which makes sense. It's like, it's talking about the index number. Like, that number, that wave number is the index. So that's why it says level 2, while the number 1 is being printed out. Wait. Yeah, I think that should be fine. Alright, just bear with me for a second. Alright. Or no, what is this? So, run if... Run if you're less than... Run if you're less than 3. Jesus fuck. So in this case, we know for a fact that this should never run if this number becomes 3. Okay? I'll change it later. It'll help me understand what the hell's going on here. Oh, son of a bitch. Hold up, let me try that again. I can't play, I don't know how to play my own game. right, there's one. Okay, that should end the wave again. All right, so we're at a point where the value is 2. I think I'm, like, looking at this the wrong way. It's like, it has to do with when this number is being changed. When this number is being changed is, like, is part of the problem. Alright, so what needs to happen is that when the game begins, it's already set to the first index. How about this? What if I change this value here instead? The stream might have buffered for a second, sorry. Well, that's a pretty nasty buffer. What the hell happened there? Yeah, whoa. Are we good? Holy shit, that's really bad. Oh, that is a nasty... Jesus Christ. What the hell? Sorry, it was like, oh my god. What is happening? Are we okay? How's the stream look? Hello? How's the stream look? Alright. Yeah, I don't know. It buffered really badly for a second there. That scared me. Man, what the hell? How do I do this? There's like an alternate way we can do this as well. There's like an alternate way. I can think of an alternate way to do this. Is there a... I don't see any glaring issues. Levels dot... is empty? I guess like if count is equal to 0. This could be interesting. I have no idea. So like, if I remove, let me verify this. Here's a different way we could handle this. what happens if I use remove at? So it says remove the index. Add parts. God, why do you... Jesus. So insert, remove 1534. We'll try this. So basically what we're gonna do here, current wave number, keep this at 0. Let's not even bother with changing the number. I think we might also not need is wave changing. Actually, we might, just in case. So if levels dot count equals 0, then the game is over. Otherwise, do all of this garbage. Just remove at the beginning. And we won't need this because every frame it's going to be doing this. We might not even need this start function anymore. So basically now what's going to try to happen is that we're going to have a list of levels. Every time the level changes, we just remove the level at the first index. And when you use remove at from C#, it removes the element from the list, but then it moves everything over. So level, the value to its right will become the new beginning index for index 0. We'll try this. I guess we won't need this value anymore. We'll give this a shot and see if this actually, like, works. Seems so silly, it might just work. So, like, you should see here on the right. You should see on the right that the list element will get deleted. And then it'll be replaced, the first element in the list will be replaced by the new one. Element 0 will change. We'll see what happens. Like, it might accidentally delete everything. Yeah, see? Now the element's gone. So now we know for a fact, like, we have, like, a hard way to check things. We now have a hard way to check things without any moving numbers. Without, like, changing a bunch of values and not knowing what they're gonna do between frames. Makes way more sense to the eye. This should now delete the element again. And then once the list is over, it should tell me that the game is over. It's a clever trick. Not many people would think to do this. Or, well, I guess, like, less experienced people would think to do, wouldn't think to do something like this. So when that's over, it should just tell me the game is over and I've won. What? The count is 0. That's not possible. Oh, it might not like that statement. Yeah, line 26. It doesn't like this statement. I don't know. Can I change this anywhere else? I'm like thinking about how to do this. I don't know, I guess I just check it here too. Yeah, do that in there. Yeah, it should do that from the beginning anyway. Because, like, since game is over, it is game over is false by default. So it should go into that if statement anyway. So I don't have to worry about, like, the level number being funky. Like, the level number being wrong. I don't have to worry about that. Yeah, see? I'm, like, thinking about the sounds I want to use in this game. I might just rip all the sounds from Xevious. Because, honestly, out of, like, any of, like, the top-down shooters I've seen, I think Xevious has, like, the most pleasant sound. I think its sound design is the most pleasant. Particularly, like, Xevious 3D. The one that was on, like, the 3D one. I like the sounds in that game. I might copy the sounds from that one. Like, sometimes the sound of a gun, like a blaster firing in a game can sound kind of grating. I want to say this particular music track from De Blob, for some reason, has a very long span of silence. Or it's... I need to start the playlist again. Alright, there we go. Wait, what the fuck just happened? Wait, the game continued. Oh, I think, like, what I should do is, like, I should make the slider... Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why. I might remove that track from the playlist. No, the reason that the enemies continued to spawn is because the slider wasn't 0 anymore. For some reason, something reset the slider. How did the slider reset? Slider value equals wave time. This is the only place where the slider value could even change. Yeah, it's not that it made an error, it's just that for some reason enemies still spawned there. Not to mention the timer wasn't even moving at all. But that makes sense, because the timer is inside there. Welcome back, Ash. Alright, so... I don't know. I'm not sure if I need to change the spawner files for this. I don't know if I need to do that. That seems unnecessary. I think there's a better way we can do this. We can approach this. The slider value is not equal to 0. It'll keep trying to spawn enemies. However, inside the game manager, we have the, as long as, like, the game isn't over, it's gonna keep setting the text to this. Did I tell you about email, Ash? I don't know. Maybe you did. And then it'll run is wave over. Jesus fuck. Like, what the fuck? If slider value is equal to 0, all enemies are gone. I don't know. I feel like this function shouldn't even be running if the game is over. Well, I don't know. Like, Yeah, the game is over. L slider dot value wave time. Yeah, it's like we didn't get an error either. We didn't get an index error, which I thought was kind of interesting. Also, I want to don't collect. Yeah, just keep it like that. Yeah, it's not like anything else happened. I find that really odd. Sorry for the book. I don't know, I guess like if I want to definitively keep enemies from spawning, I can just do this. I'm not really sure what the true problem was. This would be the band-aid solution. I have no idea. What else was causing that? But I think this should definitely work. Yeah, something I programmed the chasers to do is that when they killed the player, they would just fly upward, like kind of fly away. And then the game is like meant to reset from there. So I guess it doesn't really matter if the death plane doesn't kill them because the chasers aren't really designed to do that. I don't know. I might just do it so like the death plane kills any enemy. Like any enemy that tries to leave the map, because I don't want to have enemies just like somewhere in the game just flying in a void. I don't want them to do that. Yeah, once I get this totally working, then I can like start modifying the... I can start modifying this thing. Oh. You see that? What the fuck was that? You saw that, right? The fucking slider was kind of just jittering there for a second. The fuck was that? Yeah, okay, perfect. Apart from the fact of whatever the fuck that was, let me run that again. Like I saw that. The value like jittered for a second. Yeah, in the first wave it was functioning correctly. Alright, we're going to level 2. Yeah, what the fuck was that? I saw that happen. Slider value. How is that even possible? I mean, it's not like a terrible... It's not the worst thing in the world. It's just something I noticed, and I was like, why is it doing that? That's so weird. I'm sad today? Oh, you're sad and horny? Those are like the two worst emotions you could have today. I don't know. I guess it's like, this is not an issue that needs to be like... It doesn't really need to be fixed. It's like, I guess it still functions the way it should. What I want to do, let me go into like the spawners, chaser spawner. Reset the values here. God damn it. That's the problem when you reset this thing. So prefab, put chaser back like this. Yeah, I've got it set, so they should only spawn from the top. And then what's supposed to happen is that each level, it'll change which side. But like that's like a basic way to do it. All right, so here we can finally kind of get into this. Let me just like confirm that this is working the way it should. Excuse me? Oh, wait, why did I change that to 0? I think that was like to test some stuff. So max out the spawn, just keep it at 10. That's like the default value it should have. Alright. So get them all from the top. I won't be back. Alright. Wait, I'm very confused now. What? Wait, no, that's like max amount to spawn. Like, this should be like 4 or something. I don't know why I even set it to 0. I always come back. Wait, what the fuck? Why are they not spawning? Alright, I'll see you later. Excuse me? Oh, shit. What? How come it didn't error check me on that? When I reset everything, it just I have to re-put in all the objects. I'm surprised it didn't error check me on that. Yeah, see, now they're all gonna come from the top, which is what I want them to do. Like we said, we've yet to add like all the other like enemy types. We're not at that point yet. We actually are almost at that point. Ugh. Not the death. I guess like the death screen just taking me back to the main menu. I suppose that's fine for now. But it's like, yeah, this is pretty solid. So here's what needs to happen now. So if we go look in here. What does this have an array? It shouldn't do that. I don't even know why I did that. Alright, so here's what needs to happen. Basically, every object is going to have the same information from all of the collective spawners. And all the other spawners are going to reference it. Here's what needs to happen. Asteroid spawner. It'll be something like this. And basically, for each instance of this object that we make, we can, oh, man. Do we... I really... We would have to make, like, getters for everything. Fuck. Well, not exactly. We wouldn't exactly have to do that. It's like, what we could do is get them in, like, some sort of array. We could get, like, an array of floats or something. We could get, like, an array of floats to determine the fucking value. We could totally do that. an interesting one. It's like, how do we transfer this value over? Because, like, I don't know, one way to do it is use getters. Another way is to make all these values public. Which, I don't know, that might be a cleaner way to do it if we want, but... Can I just do this? Is that not how this works? Like, this is what you would normally do to make an array, but I guess not. Yeah, it's like, if we wanted to transfer this much data into something, what's the best way to do it? It's like... You got a list of floats, I suppose. And what would happen? Can I just, like, put the values in the list now? Let me see. So, list. Do I have to initialize them later, or do I have to use the add method? Alright, how about an array? How about an array instead? For some reason, this isn't an illegal statement. I don't know, maybe we can only do this for now. So starts, how about we make asteroid? So asteroid spawn data. Is it not like that either? Really? I don't know, I'm like, I guess it doesn't work that way in Unity specifically? Because I'm used to doing that to arrays. It's like, I just really don't want to get getters and setters for all of this. I don't know, let me try this. Like, if I did something like this. Would you not be able to do that? That is just like so bizarre to me. I've never... What, like new... It's like apparently you can't establish an array like this in Unity. Like I'm looking at the C#, I'm looking at like some C# documentation. You can't do that. I don't know. I just didn't want to make one giant like add, like just like do one giant like add on a list. I didn't think that was the best way to do things. Can we make structs? Are structs a thing in Unity? Yeah, they are. Should add Hammer of Justice to the music playlist? I want to say it's copywritten. Last time I tried putting any chapter 3 and 4 music in the playlist, it was copywritten. It got copy striked. You can just appeal it? Yeah, I just didn't want to go through the effort of appealing it. Like, if I had to do that every single time, that would get so annoying. I don't know, I'm like thinking about what's the best way to do this? I don't want to have getters for all of this. The only, I guess, like, the only solution is just making it public. Just make all of it public. I'm just, like, thinking what the consequence of that would be. It's like, if there's not a way to just condense this down. If there's not a way to just condense this down into, like, a list of information, but then I also have to, like, add all of it. Yeah, I'd have to do, like, a bunch of list adding. And I don't know if that's the most ideal way to do things either. Like, we're not changing anything about these objects either. We're just pulling the information out. I don't know. I can't think of any other way to do this. That wouldn't be, like, really, really cumbersome. We're gonna make all this public. And inside the game manager, we can just do this. Yeah, this is public too. Alright. I don't know. We're playing with fire when we do it this way. But I guess we have no choice. Yeah, so I guess at the very start of this. Let's start with, like, modifying the chaser spawner logic. I think, like, let me open Unity and, like, see this. Yeah, so now we have all this. There's level 2 and level 3. So in here, max amount to spawn is like a pack of 4. Alright, how about this? Let's like start with some very basic numbers. So only spawn 1 at a time. One thing we'll also do is that we won't spawn an asteroid until... Well, actually, no, we don't need to worry about this value for now. We'll mess with the asteroid later. We'll focus on the chaser for now. So max count, let's say like the max count is 4. And they'll always spawn from the top. Then in this one, let's say the max count is 8, but instead they all spawn from the bottom. And then last but not least, we'll do 16, but then they spawn from both the bottom, from the left and the right. We'll try that. I want to say it's no big deal if we do it like, we just initialize them like this. However, what we need to do is that when we update it, when we like update this, we basically need to have a function that gets all the data. And we'll need a reference to the levels. We'll need a reference to the first index of the serialized field. And then we need slider, no, not slider. We need the, what are we looking for? There's a certain thing we need. We need the list of levels. In fact, I think we don't even need... We want it in the general spawner. Yeah, we'll use it here. And then what we also need to do... We add that. Alright, so I don't think the game will function correctly. There's still some other things I need to tweak. So now what needs to happen is that I need to go over to the spawner, and I need to add the list of levels. I want to say these will get deleted alongside what's happening. I am actually kind of curious. Like, will these get deleted as the level goes on? They do not. Okay. Alright, so they'll have to be deleted alongside what's happening in this part too. That's kind of unfortunate. They can't just reference the same one? They can't just reference the same list? Because it would be easier. It would be easier for us if they were deleting. They were like referencing the same list. Which I think I can make it do that. Yeah, I'm just like thinking, how would I do that? Inside the game manager, there's the levels here. Because I can call it like a class. I don't know, I could do like a get levels. So like other classes can find out what's currently in the list. So in this void function, what we also want to do is return... Jesus. Return this list. So now what we got to do is inside the spawner, we want to reference... want this. So find first object by type game manager. Yeah, I think we can do that. And I think we also need to do protected. So yeah, it should be referencing the same levels that's in the game manager. Alright, so inside the spawner, what needs to happen? So there's spawn enemy, but then there's also... void. Configure spawning. Yeah, so every time the list updates, it should change these values based on what the first element in that list is. And the list is being, the first element of the list is being deleted by Game Manager, which the spawner is now referencing. We also don't need this debug message right now. Alright, so now what needs to happen, in configure spawning, we reference levels. We do something like that. This is the first time I've had to use that. That's the first time I got to use the middle mouse highlight. Alright, so now what we need is max count. We need spawn chance. We need spawn chance top. We need spawn chance. We need spawn chance right. We need spawn chance bottom. We need spawn chance left, and then max them out the spawn. Like I said, it doesn't matter if we use a magic number here, because it's always like, we're always gonna pull from the beginning of the list, and then we just delete the first element in the list when we're done with it. Alright, so then when we update, what we gotta do is that we... do configure spawning. Because, like, I don't know, I don't think there's any way around it. It has to be checking every frame. Yeah, let's give this a test. I think for now, we'll turn off the asteroid. We'll turn off the asteroid. Let's focus entirely on the spawners. Oh. Okay, we are not allowed to do that. I honestly thought we could. I hope this is fine. I don't know, I'll even put a wake on this. Like, make sure this is one of the first things that happens. God fucking damn it. Yeah, make sure that's one of the first things that goddamn happens. Alright, so I want to say the setting here, it just matches the first level anyway. So we should see this change. We should see this change when the next level begins. Hopefully it works the way I expect it to. Okay, it's not working the way I expect it to. Oh, because I didn't change any of the fucking values. I think I changed them. I didn't change any of them correctly. All right, let's just do this. Let's do like 8, but then let's also do like 100. I'm gonna eat. All right, that's fine. All right, try that again. Okay, that's odd. We configured spawning. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, I think I see the problem. Yeah, that's... This function actually isn't doing anything. God damn it. Yeah, this function actually isn't doing anything. Okay, try this instead. And this is the process that we follow around here. Alright, so that should make a little more sense. Yeah, my bad. I wasn't paying attention to that at all. Alright, stop that. So here in the spawner, we should see that it should change. It should change to the values it's supposed to be based on the scriptable object. Or not. Does it actually not work that way? Oh, wow, really? Wait, no. I just did, it's just that level 1 and 2 just happened to me. I swear I changed it. I swear I changed that myself. Did I change it while the game was running? See, sometimes when I'm debugging shit, that can happen, and it just confuses me even more. Alright, so level 3. This should actually have different... Yeah, okay, it does work. It does actually work. It's changing because the game manager is destroying the first element in the list. And then the game should just end without any... Oh. Oh, right. Because, yeah. Okay, we also have to check if the list is not empty. Right. I want to say, yeah, it should also still say the game is over anyway. Alright, so stop the game. Now let's properly edit these. So let's just say there's like 4 enemies and they all come from the top. Let's also say there's 8 enemies here. They come from the bottom. And then level 3, I don't know, whatever. Like, whatever the fuck. Excuse me. Alright, so now what we need to do is go into Asteroid Spawner and do the same thing. So inside Asteroid Controller, not Asteroid Controller, inside not Score Manager, not Chaser Controller, inside Asteroid Spawner, let's go 0 streams without making another spawner configuration. So make this. And then produce this method somewhere. Alright, so void configure spawning. We'll just copy over essentially what we've got over here. And then all of this just needs to be changed to Asteroid. I accidentally deleted the period. Excuse me. Alright, and then we don't really need these values anymore. Alright, so essentially what I'm going to configure it to do, for now, asteroid max, so asteroid max count, let's just set it to 0. Don't spawn an asteroid until level 3. Alright, let's give it a shot. Yeah, so here in this first wave, we should only be seeing enemies spawning from the top. And there should only be around 4 enemies, but obviously I've set it so sometimes more than 1 enemy can spawn simultaneously. There we go. So level 2, we'll have guys from the bottom. There'll be 8, roughly. There'll be roughly 8 of them chasing after me. Yeah, it's like you're kind of incentivized to keep shooting because they'll stop spawning after a certain amount of time, so letting them linger is not ideal. You want to kill them as soon as possible. You need to get more points. Now in 3, we should finally see an asteroid show up. I said we should see an asteroid show up. Okay, interesting. Pause. Asteroid. Oh shit, I put it in start. That's what I was like about to say. I was like, it definitely updated it. Okay. It was definitely working. Yeah, like a whole world of things open up for us when we get this working. Like this is a really cool thing to have functioning in our game. Because like adding new enemies is gonna be really easy. Because like I think spawning the enemy was really the biggest challenge. Like figuring out how the logic to spawn them. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll also like download some like generic sounds for like shooting. All right, so here's level 2. Yeah, I don't really know why that timer is being that way. I'm not really sure why. I'm not gonna question it too much. All right, so here in level 3, an asteroid should finally spawn. I do see it. Yeah, see, now there's an asteroid. That is fantastic. And also, like, more enemies are spawning and they're coming from the left and the right. So when we add more enemies, I'm not gonna make chasers spawn this often because that would be kind of boring. Like, we're gonna bring in some other different enemy types. I guess, like, the biggest hurdle afterwards will be getting, like, new enemy types to work. All right, and now the game is considered over. So I guess, like, if I wanted to have an end screen, I guess what we can do is, like, remove the text elements and then just, like, display the score and maybe add a retry button. Something like that. I don't know. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking about it. Like, adding, like, an endpoint to the game, and then, like, I could consider this game in its alpha stage. After all this, like, pre-alpha BS that we had to get through. But like, I'm very proud of how far we've come with this. I'm very proud of this. Okay, so what would need to happen is that the wave text, the star text, honestly, pretty much everything on the game canvas. Yeah, all 4 of these things, I would need it to disappear, and then we would need, like... We would need, like, a congratulations, and then I'll also intentionally spell it wrong. I don't know why I find that amusing. Intentionally spell the word wrong. We're almost hitting the 3-hour mark. I honestly think we did a pretty good dent on this. I'm just thinking, what else needs to happen here? I guess, like, for the next stream I do this, I'll probably get some sounds. I'll get some actual sounds. I won't implement, like, actual music yet. Like, I kind of have an idea of what music I'll use. But, for now, I'm just gonna keep it like this. Hi, Lane. Welcome back. I'm currently still working on this Unity game, and I've got, like, transitions between levels working. And now I can just keep adding more levels to change up, like, what's it called? So, like, the settings of the spawns. So I can now make the game can now have a difficulty curve. The game can now finally have a difficulty curve. You know what I'm kind of interested in? What I find kind of interesting I think, like, I was considering, the reason I have stars listed on the UI was because I thought I was going to use it as some sort of currency to buy things in the game. However, I had, like, a more interesting idea, where I was like, oh, what if instead we had, like, a multiplier, and it's like you had to keep collecting stars to keep, like, increase the multiplier of your score. I wonder if that could be an interesting idea. I don't know. It's like, I guess maybe I'm just trying to avoid implementing a currency system because I don't really know where I'd begin to do that. Well, I don't even think it'd be hard to do. Where's my mortal enemy, Ash? He's not here today. He left earlier. Yeah, that could be an interesting idea. I'll keep that in mind. Like, if stars are gonna mean anything. It's like, you do get points for picking them up. I think, like, what we want to focus on is maybe doing, it's like, where is it? Game background. We want to change the script for this background to make it so, like, it suddenly becomes, like, white. It suddenly, like, the color of background suddenly becomes white for a couple frames. And, like, kind of flashes back and forth. I'm, like, thinking about how long we'd be able to do that. You know what? I think we're finally gonna bring it in. Like, I've been waiting for an opportunity to try this out. So basically, I picked up like a skill earlier, and I learned about IEnumerator, which is like a special function you can make inside C#. It's not with Unity. It's like part of the .NET framework, which Unity uses. So it's like you can essentially create your own delays on certain things. Now the thing is, for the background, I need to determine when the wave is changing. So I guess, like, what would have to happen here is that I have to get, like, the wave status. Yeah, I'd have to get the wave status. So, is current wave changing? So, how about this? Get wave change. So return this value. So inside background, inside this function, basically what's gonna happen is if one second, I'm thinking about this. I need a game object. Well, I'm like thinking about this. How would I do this? We need that resource from the game manager. So game manager, GM. So find any object. And then, like, there's only one game manager. Yeah, we want this value. So if GM dot get wave change. So if that's the case, I want to say all we need to do is input like 3 values. Like, can I just do this? Yeah, I guess, like, this is what you would have to do. So let's take... Oh, right. The expression must be constant. Yeah, we can keep this value. I don't know, I guess, like, just to see if this works. Okay, where is... How do I change the color? Oh, I need the sprite renderer. So I need get component, sprite renderer. Sprite renderer dot. I then need to get color. So yeah, basically what should happen is that once the first wave ends, it should turn the background white. Give it a try. Okay. It should not have done that. Oh, right. I have to do this. It needs to be false. Yeah, it did not aggressively change to white like that. Yeah, it did not do that. Yeah, what? Oh wait, no, let me try this background so I could like more clearly see what's going on. Back, welcome back. Yeah, see? It didn't do that. It's like, I'm not sure why it became completely white. That's weird. Yeah, try it again. So we're trying to, I'm trying to add a signifier for when the wave changes. Like that visual that we were talking about. Like the levels itself, like the spawner configurations for each level, they work perfectly. They work exactly as I expected them to. See, like, I don't get it. Why is it doing that? It's like, okay, when I come into here, this is what it looks like when I turn it into, when I set it to white. Yeah, I don't understand. Yeah, new color. What's the color value? Well, we're trying to set the 255, 255, 255. Here's its current value. See, look, when I set it to 255, 255, this is what it looks like. That sets things to black. In the code? Oh, why is that? Not sure? Okay. 1 second. Oh, I think it's not. It hasn't looped through the shuffle. Alright, let's try this again. That is so weird. Why does it do that? Yeah, that's really strange. Also, I noticed that even when the, yeah, why didn't, it should have activated, like, the moment the wave was changing. Yeah, why does it wait until the next wave starts? One second, let me, like, try it again. Yeah, see, why? Huh. So inside the game manager, I've got this boolean for get wave change. Because, like, I know the wave is changing. This is where the status of it changes. I don't know, maybe there's, like, a different way I can check. How about we just check the slider value? Well, actually, no. The slider value... What if we could also check if all the... Yeah, because, like, when is current wave changing? If it's true, then... Or no, wait. Wait, I might have confused myself. Oh, right. Yeah, this was to determine that it was only, the reason we used this boolean was to make sure that it only ran once. Alright, maybe there's a different way I could check this. Honestly, I might, like, use the same conditions like this. Or I can just, like, do the I can, like, get a reference to the background and change it here. But that, I don't think that'd be smart, because I'd rather have the logic for the background to be in the background. To be in the background script. That just doesn't sound right if I do it that way. Yeah, I don't think this is the right boolean to... I don't know if this is the right boolean to check. Unless there was a way to know, like, when the wave is... There's, like, a different way to know when the wave has ended. I don't know, I guess, like, if I just did the same thing and got references to the enemies... Yeah, I'm about to implement, like, similar logic to this. What if I made this a public? If I made this public... I would also need a reference to the slider here as well. I guess, like, I don't know, we'll just serialize it, fuck it. Alright, so let's see how that works. So it should start off dark. Okay. Oh, right. I forgot to set the reference. Alright, try that again. So it should start dark, and then once I kill the... Once those two conditions are met, then it should, like, light up. Until, like, the condition is no longer true. Well, I think it won't change back. I'll have to make a way for it to change back, see? Okay. So else, we'll need to do this. Now, what I'll also need is the RGB code for this. Honestly, can't I just... I don't know, can't I just, like, pull a self? Get component. Because it doesn't start that way. It doesn't start in that other color. Yeah, I think I can just do that. We'll see how it likes that. And then we'll have to find a way to, like, flash between the two. I don't know. I think I can understand why this can get kind of complicated when you're using, like, public methods. I don't know, I'm just like, I just need information from other places, so I don't need to have to... I don't have to make, like, the same functionality elsewhere. So it lights up, and then it goes dark again when the wave starts again. Now, obviously, I want that to kind of flash briefly. Like, kind of flash back and forth. So what I essentially need to do, we need to extract this method. So do color flash. All right, so it's time to give this a shot. I've never really done this before. So I enumerable, or is it I? It's an I enumerator. So it's like yield return. Is it like wait? Wait for seconds. 1. Okay, maybe that's not what I'm supposed to be using. I don't think it's able to be used this way. It cannot be used like a method. Alright, so I clearly don't remember how this works. So enumerator, show me some information about this. So we're working with coroutines now. Oh, there needs to be a new keyword. And then, like, switch back to original color. I don't know. I think, like, I'll clean this up later. I just want to get a feel for how this would work. Start coroutine. So enumerator, wait and print. Alright, so what needs to happen is that I also now need to establish a enumerator coroutine. We'll just call it that for now. And then inside the start method, I need to establish what this thing is gonna do. So coroutine will equal do color flash. And then what needs to happen is that we start coroutine do color flash. Or no, we can just type in coroutine. Like that. Yeah, it's only gonna wait around for 2 seconds, so I guess, like... we'll try that. Yeah, we'll see what that looks like. I don't know, this is the first time I'm using an enumerator. I've never done this before. Like, coroutines are kind of new to me. I've never really done this before, and there's probably, like, more interesting applications to it. With the idea of, like, holding on to, like, the execution of a function for, like, a certain condition. It's, like, essentially pausing a function mid-run. And then, like, you can have something else happen, or you can wait a certain amount of time for something else to happen. It's very interesting. Alright, I don't think it worked. I don't know, did it just happen really, really fast? Was that what just happened? Try that again. Alright, try that one more time. Oh no, I might have to make the timer shorter so it's just easier to test. I don't know, maybe it's just happening really, really fast. I don't know, it's like... oh, wait. Well, no, this should be... sorry, there was a... so, I don't know what insect that was on my wall. I just killed it. I don't know what the hell that was. Yo, remove this part. I want to see if it's, like, gonna actually stay as the original... I just want to see if it's actually just running through it way faster than I think it is. I don't know, maybe a quarter of a second is kind of short. Let's keep going with this. I don't know. We gotta put a lot of effort into this one random detail. I don't know, I just want to signal to the player that, oh, hey, you completed the level. Get ready for the next one. Yeah, see, I saw it flash for a second. I saw it flash very briefly. A little too fast? Yeah. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Change this to... I don't know, make this like 6 seconds, and then... I don't know, it'll go back to being the original color anyway. Try that. I don't know, it's like, it should be fun. I don't know, I think like what I could even do is like have the if statement stop all coroutines that are happening. I don't know, if I want to be extra safe about it. There's no reason that the coroutine should like get stopped by anything. Like, there was something, I remember using multi-threading in C++, and sometimes you get to, like, deadlocks where... What the fuck? Why? Why? That was weird. I was also taken aback, but I completely forgot I changed the time. I don't know why I didn't realize I did that. Do that. Was that also just too fast? Like, what was happening there? All right, let's see. I just want to see it I want to try to make it happen again. Yeah, I think it's somehow still happening too fast again. I'll try that. I don't know if this is like a healthy way to do this, but we'll give it a shot anyway. I don't know, I won't learn anything if I don't fuck up like 500 times. Because like I think like when I slowly learn about certain pieces of functionality that Unity has, it just immediately gives me an idea of like how like a game could implement something like that. What the fuck? That doesn't sound like it's yielding at all. Try that again. I want to see what's actually happening here. If it's running all of it like at once, that's kind of odd. Let's do this again. What? That should not be happening. Unless, like, I don't understand how this is actually working. So print starting. Coroutine. Wait and print. So I'm just like reading something. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. Try that again. Yeah, I remember back when we started this, we had like an original issue where it was like turning the ship made like WASD behave really strangely. I do remember that, and now it's just like, oh man, top-down shooting, it's easy. Yeah, see, look at that. It all happens in the same frame. Why? Hi, enumerator. It's so weird. Does it have a problem with having like two of these? Maybe it has a problem with having two of these. All right, timer's up. Also, I'm just noticing that it's running twice. Which I'm not really sure why. It's like what I was expecting to happen was that the color was going to like turn white. It would, and then after 2 seconds it'd go back to the original color. It's never easy, is it? It's never easy. Start function, wait and print. Start function, wait and print as a coroutine. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't understand how coroutines work. Suspends coroutine execution for given amount of time. Using scale time. I don't know, unless this number is like very, very tiny. If I make this number, like, let's say I make this number, like, really large. Which is like, it just takes a normal float. It just takes a normal float, so I don't know if it's like too fast or not. Or if it's something else entirely that's wrong. Yeah, see, like, I didn't even see it flash white. Read only. Wait for seconds. Yeah, it says suspend the coroutine execution for a specified scaled time in seconds. Alright, I hope nobody minds. I'm gonna steal this. Alright, just run this. I just want to see this work. We don't need this. Yeah, this comes in the Unity documentation. If the documentation itself does not work, then what the fuck am I doing with my life? Okay, so it does work. What on earth am I doing? Alright, set this back. I don't know, does it not like it when I do that? Is this somehow wrong? Like, to do that? Let's see what this does. It's like, that might actually be the problem. And even then, I'm not exactly sure why that's the problem. Okay. That's interesting. I'm not sure why that worked. Let's do like 0.5. And actually, let's make it like 1 second. And then we'll see how that looks. And I can get like a little more sophisticated with it afterwards. I just want to see this work. Probably have to make the chases a little faster at this point. Okay, that was weird. Why was it jittering like that? Not really I think it's like... I think it was like while it was running. Well, I'm not sure. It's like, it should stop here, shouldn't it? Or it's like, if another frame happens afterwards, it's gonna try to run through this again. It's like another thing I noticed was that it was running twice. And I don't really know why it was running twice. It shouldn't be doing that. Alright, so running 2 and 3. I don't know, it's like, I need to verify that. I noticed it running twice. Oh yeah, I guess I see the coroutine is running multiple times. Okay, so we have to make we once again have to do the thing where it's like, oh hey, don't make the coroutine run more than once like that. So we have to do like the same technique I was using before. So we have to do that to make sure, to guarantee it only runs once. And then when it's done, I guess you can do this. Actually, change this back to true when this thing starts happening again. It is doing wave clear animation. Then it's a false. All right, how about this? Let's get rid of this. Because it's gonna send it back to the original color anyway. I don't know, this is... Not sure how ideal this is. Do 1.5. And then this will be allowed to do it again. Set this to 8 seconds. 7.5 seconds, honestly. Alright, so this should guarantee that it only runs once. So stop this, and then run it again. Okay, so we'll have some enemies spawning. I think I'm honestly gonna make the timer shorter, so I don't have to keep like spending 10 seconds to test it. I mean, it looked fine. I think 1.5 might be a little too much. Let's try like 0.025 and see like how, if that's like fast. Let's see where that gets us. Oh, wait, I just noticed that coroutine seems to run it seems to run as long as, this statement remains true. Huh. I'm unintentionally a genius. Well, let's see what happens if I make the timer, like, a little shorter. Yeah, I think, like, after this, I might look into making, like, a win screen. Because, like, once we have a win screen, then we essentially have a beginning and end to our game, and then we can just add whatever we want in the middle. It looked kind of weird, but it's, like, it is something. I'm actually pretty pleased with the progress we've made today. Yeah, it might be running like a few more times than it should be, though. I don't know, maybe we can make this like, you just have to get through every level without dying, so I don't have to implement a life system. Yeah, I guess it just remains flashing forever. It just remains flashing forever when it's like this. Which I guess, like, that's fine for now. Yeah, if I go over here, where is game is over. So now what I want to do, I need to make a new text field. We could essentially copy the, we could copy this. We could copy this again. And essentially this is going to be windscreen. I guess like maybe win text. Now this will initially remain like inactive. So height, rotation, scale, font size. Yeah, make this centered. And then I need to make the width Why is it anchored that way? I don't know why it's anchored that way. No. That's I'm messing with numbers and I don't understand why they're doing that. Let me turn this down slightly. I guess that's fine. So it's gonna be like congratulations, and then it says like underneath it'll say like the score. I definitely centered that. There we go. And then like we'll just copy the value from the other object. I don't like congratulations. Let's say you win instead. Why is it? I hate how that looks off-centered. It's because of the font. Yeah, why does the exclamation point look like that? I mean, I guess that's fine too. Put it up there. That's fine. Yeah, so we'll have to get a reference to that with the game manager. So when we know the game is over, we'll have to we could honestly make a game over screen too. I don't know, we could make this like a pretty hardcore gaming experience if you want it to be like you get hit once you die. It could be like that too if you want it to be. Alright, so let me go back into the game manager. So the game manager is also going to need to serialize the field. So serialize field, text mesh pro GUI, and then we need the win text. I guess like we'll also need the other elements. Well, I guess like the score manager can always know when the game ends. Where's my score manager? Yeah, I guess it's like... I think we already have like a function that determines if the game is over. Yeah, it's this. I guess I'll make another public bool. So returns this Boolean value. Oh, wait, someone, that's already a thing. I guess I didn't see it. Wait, no, am I crazy? Oh, I guess it's like... Yeah, it's like you can't name a function and a boolean the same thing. Alright. Why can't this element be renamed? Why not? Wait, what am I doing? So we want this. We want a public pool that could do that. And inside the score manager, I guess like the win text, honestly, we can put it in the score manager. Because like this is where the total score is already being stored here anyway. So void update. What we're gonna need to do is that if we're also gonna need game manager. We need find first object by type. Alright, so we'll need that. So if gm dot get is game over. So if this is true, then what's going to happen is that we need score text. We need its game object to be inactive. And then we also need to do the same for star text. And then we're also going to need to have win text be true. And then also what's going to have to happen is that since we can't update the value like while we're doing this, this has to happen in a certain order. So win text needs to be set to true. Then what needs to happen? Well, no, we always have the total scores stored. There's no like, it's not a huge deal if it's ordered this way. Alright, come on now. Alright, take this. Make it equal total score. And then void start. Make this so that it's make winText dots game object dot set active. Make it false from the get-go. Because you don't want to see that. And I guess like we'll be able to make a game over screen while we're also doing this. So here in Game Manager, we take the win text, put it here. Let's start playing the game and see what happens. Oh, right. Yeah. I'm surprised it doesn't, like, call the error while inside... Well, inside, like, the code. Alright, try that again. So it should start by turning off the win text. Yeah, see? And then the game will begin. So I'm playing through the game, I'm accumulating points, and then it should display the points at the end. Oh, I think I forgot to have it turn off the level. Yeah, that's honestly, like, I like that win transition. It's very basic, but I like it. It's the detail that matters. Yeah, obviously the game will be much harder than this later on. Because we haven't added more enemies, we haven't added more power-ups. Those are like the last things I want to add. I think like this, and sounds. Sounds and maybe even particle effects. Like particle effects of some kind. Hey, yeah, okay, that works completely fine. Oh, it's... It looks like it still lets me accumulate points. I think it should disable the movement for the ship. Or maybe only do it if the game isn't over. I think that would be better. Like, you can still move around, but anything you catch when that screen pops up, it won't count towards your score. Alright, take this. And then also, I think I need to hide the level text. Which, I'm now wondering, where was the level text being controlled? Is that total score? Was that under Game Manager? Yeah, it was. Okay. So I guess what we can do is that we can take level number dot game object dot set active. It can be turned off here. And I don't know, I guess we'll have to add like a retry button or something. It's like, honestly, it's like, I think this is in a state where I could actually, like, make a build of it and just, like, give it to you guys. Like, it's actually, like, it's honestly, this is definitely, like, something I consider a game. I would actually consider this a game. Yeah. Yeah, when I see that timer, like, not move for, like, a couple seconds at first, that does make me wonder, like, what's causing that. That is kind of a weird issue. I'm not really sure what that is. Alright, cool. So that, it'll do that. Yeah, see? And then picking up stuff, yeah, picking up these things will not add to the score. It won't count. Yeah, I might set it so those things destroy themselves after a certain amount of time. Yeah, maybe like, let me do that right now. So if I go to the bonus pickup. I'm like thinking where I would want to do this. It's like I'm thinking like upon existence. Void. How do you spell disappear? I need to... Okay, there's only... I don't know why I thought there were 2 S's in disappear. Look, I said I was a CS major, not an English major. Alright, so let's try... I guess, like... Destroy yourself. I think it's set a certain amount of time, but I think what I'm going to do, when it starts, the moment this thing comes into existence, I am noticing that this is not being used. Never mind. It said it wasn't being used. It is being used. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, it's honestly not being used anywhere. Okay, we can get rid of that. So, invoke... disappear after... I don't know, how long do I want these to stick around? I guess I have 5 seconds. You got 5 seconds to grab it. Actually, no. That might seem a little too short. We'll give you 10 seconds, alright? We'll be... Don't say I don't do things for you guys. We'll do 10 seconds. Alright, hit the play button again. Let's try this again. Alright, so now, like, I'm gonna try not to pick up any of the items. Alright, so after 10 seconds, those things should destroy themselves. Okay, yeah, that actually is a little too generous. That is way too generous. Let's take it down to like 5 seconds. I think 5 seconds is good enough. The screen is pretty small. Like, if you don't grab it, that's on you. If you somehow don't get it in that 5 seconds, that's your fault as a player. You failed as a player. Yeah, I'm actually really pleased with how this turned out. This is actually like, this is actually a game now. I mean, like, it's missing sound. I think that's like the one thing I can think of that it's kind of missing. That I don't know. I need to somehow I need to implement that. And honestly, implementing sound in Unity games, it's not actually that hard. There's like literally one method you need to pull up. I just don't know what sounds I want to use yet. Yeah, so what I can do. First off, we should save the scene. So if I go to here, if I go to the, if I add in like the main menu, and then I just remove the scene. If I just remove the scene, well, I could just like play the game from the start like this. And obviously I'm gonna have to turn on that, like, I'm gonna have to turn up this timer. So like the waves, the levels will be a little longer. Yeah, it's like flashing, like, kind of reminds me of, like, when you finish a Pac-Man maze. Pac-Man did that, too. Yeah, I'm just not quite sure why that slider, like, moves up and down a bit. I don't know, it's like something is probably setting it back to 10 seconds. I'm not entirely sure what that could be. I'll probably have to go trace that, like, track that down, like, later. All right, this is the one where the asteroid starts flying through. Yeah, see, there it is. This one, I think, like, level 3 has, like, way more enemies than level 2 and 1. Because I've got them spawning on both sides. All right, there you go. Yeah, so I'm, like, thinking, I don't know, if I want to be lazy, I could just say, oh, you don't get health, fuck you. If you get hurt, you die. And then, you know, you just have to restart. I guess, like, another thing I need to implement is, like, a game over screen. So I'll need, like, a retry button. I'll need, like, a button that just completely reloads the scene. And then I'll need a button that probably takes you back to, like, the main menu. And then also what I need to do, I need the death plane. I guess, like, basically how I had it set up was that when the enemies kill you, they all kind of, like, fly away in random directions. I need to change it so the death plane kills the chasers. It's only set to destroy the asteroid, because at the moment it was exclusively designed to only destroy the asteroid. Where did I put it? Default bullet pickup. Which file was it? Hold on. Move in the main game scene and then remove this. Oh, right. So the collider, it was on the asteroid to check if it was running into the death plane. So here in the asteroid, I need to check the it's under the controller to do that. So here in the asteroid controller, I need to check if it's touching the death plane. Oh, right, I got all those triggers that determine if it's... God damn it. Yeah, there's gotta be a better way to do that. Because, like, that's the only way I could think of that guarantees that. I'm gonna change this so, like, it talks about, like, which thing is destroying it. So it's death plane trigger. So this is death plane trigger. This is apparently... Why is that value there? I actually don't know why that's there. Position of death. I'm gonna say I can remove that. It's telling me it's not used anywhere else. So we're gonna copy this over. Actually, I only need the if statement. Alright, so add this in. And then I guess we're gonna need to also add this to the top to guarantee it only runs once. Of course, like, if you ever had a real job and someone asks you, oh, why are you doing it that way? I can't just say, it seems to work that way. I need to find a better way to do that. Alright. I just want to see the enemies die. I just want to see the enemies run into the death plane. Because, like, I no longer have it set so that when you die, it just reloads the scene. I think I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna prompt the player. I'm I'm gonna prompt the player to restart the game. So if you die, they should all start flying away. Oh, right. It takes you back to the main menu. So, game manager, if ship is destroyed, just don't do anything for now. In fact, I don't know. It's like... It's weird to have the score manager determine when you win, and then the game manager is determining when you lose. That's really weird. I don't like that. So if... It's just like the difference is that I would need references to these three elements. And I think I value that more. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they could share a function. I don't know. Maybe I have to make like one general class called the manager. I might have to do something like that too. I could totally do something like that. And they all share like they all share the same function or some shit. Yeah, it's just, I don't really like that concept. Because I'd have to get the reference to these three, like, text boxes anyway, so why would I do it here? Why bother doing it here? Yeah, okay, I'm set on it. I'm gonna move this. Move this here. Score manager. So void start, add this. So this is gonna be, that's gonna be off by default. We'll keep all the, like, the score functionality here. We'll also, like, check this. Okay, so if the game isn't over... and do this. Okay, so I guess, like, we would have to display this. I would need the total score. I don't know, I guess I would have to call a reference to it. We'll, like, make a private method for that. So score manager... in total score, we're gonna need to get a find object of type. We need it from score manager. And then dot get find first object by type. Score manager int get score. Apparently I don't need that. I don't need the win text, a reference to the win text here on score manager either. What is wrong with this? It's inaccessible. Oh, okay. It still needs to be public anyway. Alright, there we go. So I think this should still work. I'm just gonna have to, like, redo some references. I don't know. It's just better that way. Because it's just, like, less annoying. Because it was just bugging me when I saw that. So here in the game manager, we now need the score text. You need the score text, the star text, and now the win text. And then in the... Where's the score manager? Or no, it's like score manager is inside game manager. I forgot I had two scripts attached to it. All right, see how this works now. It should still work mostly the same. Yeah. All right, it should start flashing. I still stare at that slider, and I honestly have no idea why that's the way it is. I don't know, that'll be something maybe I could figure out, like, in my own time. It seems like, it's probably like a very small thing that I just didn't notice. I was too slow. It's only there for 5 seconds. You gotta grab it. Alright, yeah, that looks completely fine. Alright, so now what needs to happen is inside, like, Game Manager, I need to do something when the ship dies. Yeah, so if the ship is destroyed, what needs to happen is that we also remove these. And then I guess we're gonna have like a you lose like object. I don't know, let's just duplicate this. So let's do rename lose text. And then it should just say like you lose. If ship gets destroyed, your computer gets blue screen. Yeah, I can do that too, Atomic. It can. I don't know. It sends like it opens your command line on your computer and then runs a fork bomb. Do you know what that is? I don't know if like anybody here has like used Linux or like command lines. So fork bomb. Yeah, it's like let me find it. Yeah, classic. This is like a Unix shell fork bomb that was like created back in 1999 where It's like a function defined fork calls itself, and then it keeps piping its result to itself, all in one background job. Yeah, just 4 lines. 4 lines, and you could absolutely ruin someone's device. You could absolutely ruin someone's Linux device. Some good shit. Yeah, it's like I think it's like if you ran that code in like an SSH server with like everyone else in your class using that said server, you'd probably get kicked out of the class. You'd probably get kicked out. I took a Unix class when I was in undergrad. I took a Linux class. And like my friend, I had a college buddy named Eric who like told me about it. That's where I first heard about it. That proves that Microsoft is superior. You can still run fork bombs I believe, on like the command line here. I'm obviously not going to demonstrate it. Obviously, I'm not going to demonstrate it. But you should try it. You should try it yourself. Yeah, so I also need... So I'll need a reference to the lose text as well. So lose text, and then... set this to true. And then we're also just gonna get the score. So we'll take this, and then... So you lose. It doesn't matter because this font, for some reason, just seems to be always in caps. Alright, so let's just see what happens. It does look, the main screen does look a little funny right now because of these 2 text boxes. They're supposed to, those things are supposed to be off. Whoa. Oh, god damn it. I always forget to do that. So, game manager, I need to set a lose text reference. Alright, there you go. Knock yourself out. Yeah, this game's got a win screen. It's got a game over screen. Like, honestly, this game is like... It's a game. It should at least... Oh, right. I didn't say... Score manager, total score, I think should just start as 0. For some reason, it's not established as anything. Yeah, just establish that as 0. Because, like, I don't know, it's like initialized, but it doesn't actually have a value. Alright, try that again. Alright, so if I die, it should just display 0. Oh, that's odd. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. I think it's because this is the default text and the text never gets updated. So, like, as a failsafe, just make sure both of these say 0, but they'll get updated when the score gets updated. Alright, so what should happen is that running into an enemy should just display your score as 0. However, if I actually killed an enemy, it should display the number of points I had before I died. So, like, 300. Well, that's weird. Total score. Why does that happen? Lose text. Oh, shit. Yeah, see, you always gotta watch out for those logical errors. You always gotta watch out for them. You never know. You don't see a compilation error, but then there's actually something wrong and you don't realize it. I'm having a minor issue, and what's that? Someone is raiding with 42 people? Jesus Christ. Thank you. Hi. Thank you, Coppinger. Do it live? Yeah, thank you for the raid. Yeah, I'm currently working on a Unity game that's actually, like, it's going really well. It's got a win screen, it's got a game over screen, it's honestly great. Yeah, Jesus, hi everyone. Rusty. Nostalgia, I need to watch the game, alright? I can't look bad at my own game. I can't suck at my own game. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. I can't be defeated in my own game. I actually did die. I actually did die in my own game. And I was like, I don't know, maybe I made the game too hard for myself. So this is like basically, it's like a basic shoot 'em up. What up? Hi, James. Sorry, this is like, now there's so many of you. Hi, Cotter. Maybe I said hi to you already. But like, hi all of you. Thank you again for the raid. Yeah, currently there's only 3 levels, but if anybody here is familiar with Unity, Coppinger, if you're there, thank you for the follow, Cotter. Coppinger, if you're there, do you do Unity? Are you like also in like, do you also do software stuff live? I don't know, maybe that's how you found this stream? But yeah, this game is like, it's kind of a game. It actually is kind of a game. It's it doesn't have buttons for the take you back to the main menu or retry. I need to add that too. I also need like, what is this? Yeah, I'm gonna need like buttons that only appear. They only appear when I've died or when I've won the game. So I think ergo they need to go here. Is it vibe coded? No, there was actually, I don't even know why I even need to say this. There is no AI being used here. I don't use ChatGPT at all for this. I did this all myself. I take pride in that, all right? I don't know, maybe like when you get into the real world and you're gonna be like working for someone, I don't know, maybe you can bend the rules a little with your ideals. But I don't know, for me, I wanted to really like learn Unity. I wanted to really, really seriously learn it. So that's why I'm not using AI at all. Everything you see here, all this garbage you see here, this was all made by me. This was all made by me. None of it was AI generated. All of this was streamed. All of this was streamed on my YouTube channel, which you should also go check out if you have YouTube. I also need, I was about to make a button. C#? Yes, this is all in C#. Unity is done in C#. Let me, also, I need to make 2 buttons. So, we'll make 2 of these. So, what's gonna happen here is that we're gonna need a retry button. And then we're also gonna need a main menu button. Now, I think we're gonna need to once again flex my amazing art skills. I don't remember how big the button was. I don't remember how big the button was for the, where's the sprites? All the sprites were done by me as well. None of the arts, if like it's barely art. None of that is actually AI generated either. I generated myself. Sorry, I'm trying to fix the focus on my camera. Because when I do Unity stuff, I like to do it in the dark. I don't know why. It was just like a bit I came up with. You know what? It's like you can hardly see me anyway. I'm wearing a black shirt. I'm just a floating head in the abyss. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter if it's out of focus at that point. How big was this button? Okay, it was 512. Thoughts on Unity versus Unreal? I have yet to use Unreal. I've dabbled in, like, I have Unreal right here. I actually, like, out of the primary, like, game engines that everybody uses, I have not used Unreal yet. Godot, I need to use a bit more. It's like, I used Godot, like, a couple months back. But that was before I got really, really serious about game development. And, like, actually, like, trying to learn this stuff. Like, I probably, like, started very seriously learning this stuff maybe 2 months ago. And honestly, I'm making a lot of progress. I already had a computer science background. I was a former graduate student. I mastered in computer science. So, like, I already kind of understand, like, object-oriented programming anyway. You're doing amazing. Yeah, thank you. What was I doing? I spaced out again. All right, so we need to make a button that kind of resembles that one. I don't know. I might just, like, import it. 1 second. Open Show and Explorer. put that in here. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take this, and we are gonna bucket the shit out of this. Alright, now there's nothing stopping us here, so... I don't know, there's like this really scuffed look to the main menu, so I'm gonna maintain it. I'm gonna maintain it. I don't like how that E looks. Yeah, that's... I'm having a lot of fun doing this. Like, I didn't realize, like... I didn't realize how much I'd enjoy doing this when I started streaming this, but I actually really love doing this. I also, like, on the side, YouTube chat is already there. I think, like, there's like one person in YouTube chat. Start-a-Cell, you there? You might see him. You might see him there. He's helped me a decent bit with a lot of, like, the mathematical-oriented stuff. Lean into the jank? Yeah, of course. It's like, my mantra for this was that I wanted to avoid, like, sitting around staring at my screen and thinking for too long. And it's like, you start overthinking when you try to conceptualize this stuff. You need to just type something down. You need to just write something, like, and worry about the details later. Like, get the broad strokes down. No artist is gonna sit there staring at a blank canvas for that long. They're gonna probably start, like, sketching something. It's like, otherwise, you end up, like, you end up like pirate software and you get like little to no work done every stream. Well, it's like, I think I talked about it earlier in the stream, where I was like, I guess I could understand that it would probably be hard to add something meaningful to your game every time if you stream its development every day. But then I was just like, I don't know, maybe you just shouldn't. Maybe you just shouldn't. For me, it's like this game, the development of this game, this like kind of like project I've started. It started like a month ago or so. It started a month ago or so. And it's like, sometimes I would go maybe a week or so without really touching it, because I just didn't really know how to go about like doing the things I wanted to do. I need to probably keep these names normalized or standardized. Yeah, keep it like that. Export to there. And then what we're gonna do this again. We're gonna bucket this. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna make... Okay. I know there isn't room. Yeah, this is the level of scuffed we're going for. This is the level of scuffed we're working with here. Alright. Looks good to me. I didn't even bother to make the box bigger. Hey, you gotta work with something. Maybe one day, if I want to take this game seriously and turn it into something, which, I don't know. It's like, I think some of the mechanics... I had an idea for a game I wanted to make. However, it's like some of the mechanics you see that I'm implementing into this, I might actually carry it over to what I want to work on. But it's like, I've been kind of experimenting with it in a separate Unity project I haven't shown. Because I just need, I want to like work with it in privacy. Because again, I don't want to end up in a situation where I'm just kind of sitting around doing nothing. I'm just kind of sitting around like staring at a screen and nothing's happening. Okay, I think they were all automatically being put in here. Yeah, perfect. So we need the retry button. Oh wait, first what we have to do is we need to take these two. Normally when you work with any sort of pixel art in Unity, you want to take retry button and you want to take the quit button. Basically what you want to do, we want to set their pixels per unit to be standardized with everything else. I can't get over that main menu button. Well, you're gonna have to if you want to stay here and watch more of this. What we also want to do is turn off the filter, and we also want to turn off the compression. Yeah, I think those are the only things we needed to turn off. Alright, now what we gotta do is take the retry button, and we change its source image. I think that's what I was supposed to do. First off, where the hell is it? Where the hell is this button? Alright, let's go to the main menu and add this. Oh wait, no, it is there. It's just kind of goofy looking. I might copy the settings of the other buttons. Yeah, I should have probably duplicated the other buttons. I should have done that. Yeah, I'll figure it out. It's fine. It's not like I don't need to do anything serious with this. Oh, right. So the thing is, when you make a Unity button, it comes with a Text Mesh Pro. That's what looked strange. That's what looked strange. Remove that. Ew, disgusting. Get it out of here. All right. Okay, so now we can do that. Yeah, if you want to keep up with more shit I do, you can also, like, join the Discord. It's in the Twitch bio as well. Again, thank you for the raid. Where's the... Why is it shaped like that? It's like we need the... I guess like 12 by 6. How's that? And it's obviously... And then we'll, like, uniformly scale it from there. And then we're going to take the main menu button and essentially copy its attributes. So unlock that. Let's take 3 and then 6. I think we're going to copy the settings. I like working with whole numbers with this. Yeah. All right, see? So let's just get them appearing on the win or lose screen. Let's start with that. You need to break down these tasks into kind of smaller tasks. Otherwise, again, you're just gonna get overwhelmed again, and you're just gonna overthink things that aren't important at that moment. I'm trying to remember how this worked. 1 second. I'm gonna load up the other scene. So I have a main menu scene as well. I need to load this scene up because I need to check how I did the button because I kind of forgot how I did it. The game screen's gonna look kind of weird for a second. So what was this that I used? So I used like canvas. So I attached the script to the canvas. I attached the script to the canvas that references the buttons, and then I put the 2 methods that I wanted to use inside it. Was this also Game Manager? No, it was main menu. It was the main menu button. Okay. Make sure I understand this. So canvas... Sorry, I'm like, I sometimes get a little lost in my thoughts. Main menu button, quit button. So I might need to make... I guess like we can do this on the game canvas. If we want to just kind of copy the same thing that we did. I don't know, what you can even do is like have it as like a pause menu. I mean, like, again, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm kind of getting ahead of myself too. I guess what we should just do, let's attach a new script to this. Sometimes I'd like still completely forget where shit is. The script, where's the scripting? I keep going past it. Oh no, you don't do it there, you do it down here. Yeah, so let's go... I don't know, I'm not really sure what I want to call this. I guess we'll call it in-game menu. Let's go in-game menu. Now what we need references to these 2 buttons, and then the buttons, we need like 2 methods inside this file. Because essentially I can set the buttons to have a feature called onClick. So if I show you these, I don't know how, I'm not like a teacher or anything, but I know a decent bit of Unity, and I can probably explain the certain things I need to do. Like this thing has a feature called onClick. basically when I attach a script to its parent object, I can just I can have like any function that's inside that script just run when the button is clicked. All right, let's open this. Let's also like close some of these files that we are not using. Like, holy shit, that's a few too many. That's a few too many unimportant menus. All right. So for the in-game menu, I guess like what we could do is void reload game. I think like what needs to happen, or I guess like retry. We'll call it retry game for clarity's sake, and then we'll have a void go to main menu. Hey, naming shit is hard, all right? Naming shit is hard. Go to main menu. Fuck it. All right, game manager. I just wanted to like check this. Because like I had there were two buttons here that were here. There were two functions here that were here temporarily, which was like load main menu and then reload game. So I guess like, I don't know, if I take these two away, I guess like scene manager becomes obsolete inside this file. Yeah, scene management doesn't need to be used here. All right, add that in. I don't know, I guess we don't need these. We don't need these two. We need what's inside them, and they'll just be under different names inside this file. All right, get rid of that. Yeah, also, for this, like, Unity stream, this is probably the most work I've done. Probably the most I've done for this game. I'm, like, very pleased with how this has turned out. So if I come back to here, I should be able to attach this script to the game canvas, because that's very important. When you make a script and you work really hard on it, then you just forget to attach it to the object that needs to be attached to. And then you just wonder why things don't work. Yeah, it is Sigma. Thank you, Atomic Meat. All right, let me go down to the retry button. If I do this and attach game canvas to this, I believe this is in-game menu. I should be able to find these functions. Beautiful art, thank you. Game object. Okay, maybe I'm just stupid. What if I do that? Okay, maybe I wasn't paying attention how I did this. Let me pull up the main menu scene again. Why is the white text stacked on top of each other? I think like I was meant to have these two objects are meant to be off by default. Yeah, Lane, welcome back. Hey, you came back at a good time. There's currently a raid happening. I'm just checking how this worked. Canvas main. What? So what, is this like... I have no idea what I referenced there. I did that. I'm the one that did that. Yeah, main menu. Well, it's definitely referencing that script. Yeah, why do I feel like I always get confused how to set up a button, which like I shouldn't be at this point. I'm back in testing. So let's like put in-game menu back in. Okay, no, that's not how it's supposed to be done. So try this. So in-game menu. Wait a minute. Did these have to be public? Yeah, they did have to be public. All right, Minecraft Live is soon? Oh, what are they doing at Minecraft Live? They actually doing anything important? I always stood by it. I always stood by the fact that I just didn't care what Minecraft ever added. So I don't know, they're adding new shit. I guess that's cool. I don't know, it's like they've been doing a lot of tiny updates for the past few months. And I guess it's kind of worked out. People seem to be fine with them. All right, so in-game menu, there should now be... So there's retry game. And then inside, we need to do the same thing here. However, we also need to have... We need to have go to main menu. And I honestly think this should already work. Yeah, so what also needs to happen, let's turn these off. Remove this scene, or I guess like save this scene. Let's just remove this scene for now. Let's just start from the main menu. Let's start from the main menu. See, I haven't built the game. I haven't built the exe file for this game yet, so I have no idea if the quit button works. I don't know, when I click on the quit button, nothing seems to happen. Talking about the next features like Conduit revamp and Desert update? Oh, okay. Yeah, honestly, the Conduit is kind of a niche thing. Conduit's kind of a niche, like, item in Minecraft. I don't normally use one. So if I activate this... Hold up. I was about to say, I was like, why is... Yeah, I was like, the game was slightly zoomed in a little. Yeah, I'm gonna have to reference the buttons. I kind of forgot about that part. All right, let me pull this up. So main game, main menu. Main game, main menu. Main game. I don't know why. I spaced out again. Alright, so the entire deal is that we need... Like, we can't test the buttons if they're just not appearing. So I guess, like, we're gonna... Inside the game manager, we're gonna have to serialize the buttons, too. Conduit is the least used thing in Minecraft, and the devs are going to give it more useful effects. I mean, like, I don't know. I can understand why you would use it. It's meant to, like, make you better underwater. Does it let you breathe underwater? Did it let you breathe underwater? I don't remember if it did. Because I honestly never use it. So retry button and main menu button. Alright, so we'll need to reference these things too. I don't know, at this point, we're probably just gonna need to make like one object. We're gonna need to like nest them into one object. We have like 4 different things that need to be turned off and on. Yeah, so in this case, we need retry button dot game object dot set active true. And then beneath that, we also need the main menu button to appear. And then what also needs to happen is that these 2 buttons are like off by default when the game begins. I don't know, this is just for like, just as like a failsafe. Or it's more of a contingency than a failsafe. Alright, conduits make you breathe underwater and gives night vision underwater currently. Or like, can you mine faster underwater, like Aquafinity? Does it do that for you? That'd be good. Alright, so these 2 also need to be here. Put these together. I don't know. I might have to break that into a function or something. Break that into its own method. All right, so we should have a decent way of navigating the game. So if I play the game, it should give me a way to... You can't mine underwater with a conduit. Well, that fucking sucks. What's even the point of being able to breathe underwater if you can't, like... If you can't properly build and do shit underwater? 1 second. I need to add the 2 buttons. So retry button and main menu button. Alright, so an enemy's gonna spawn if I die. Well, that works pretty damn well. And if I do that, it shows me my score. Just lets me restart the game. Like, you could actually download this, open it, and actually play it, and it would function. It's pretty simple, but it functions. It actually, like, this is honestly awesome. Now, again, I have no fucking clue why that slider is behaving the way it is. I'm probably gonna have to go track down that bug later. I still have no fucking clue why that's happening. Yeah, there's currently only 3 levels, but I could totally add more. But I think we are finally in a position where we can start adding more enemies. That's probably going to require a bit more generalization. We're finally in a position where we can actually add more enemies now. Yeah, and then it should... Yeah, it should tell me, like, you win. It shows you your score. And then you can just start again. Really damn nice. Now, there's one thing. I think there's one more thing I want to implement. I want to try this. Now that we've been using this game manager a bit more, let me first check something. So, if.input.getKey. Is that how that would work? I want to see if I can make a pause button. I think I know how I could do this. Oh, is it key code? Yeah, it is. Like, it might actually not be hard to implement. So, like, for now, we'll just have, like, a debug message that shows that we intend to pause the game. Alright, let's give it a shot. So here in the console, yeah, it's telling me that I want to pause. Now, it's like, I noticed, like, when you press down on it, it, like, detects it 95 times. This is the short video that's very funny. It has some Minecraft and Country Balls references combined together. I don't have Discord. Yeah. I'll probably take a look at it later. I didn't really care about the Country Ball stuff that you sent me. Like, I left it in the Discord for anybody else that cared about it. I don't know. We'll see if this works. So, what'll happen is that... just have these appear. And then we'll have to do, like, bool is game paused. And by default, it'll be false. So is game paused. So what'll have to happen is that we turn off the UI, and then... We have like the 2 buttons appear. Then what we also want to do is I need to, what was the thing for timescale? Let me try to find it. So it's called like Unity timescale. Oh, it's literally called timescale. So time.timescale equals 0. But I have no idea if the buttons would be interactable or not. I guess that's another thing. I guess we'll find out. It's like, maybe this won't be as easy as I thought. Take a look at it later when you have the time. Yeah, I can. Alright, so if I press the escape key, it should... What the fuck? What just happened? Okay, what the hell just happened? Oh, shit. Wait, what the fuck was I doing? Oh, God. I was putting shit in the wrong, I was putting shit in the wrong thing. Bye, Len. I'll see you later. Store text, star text, retry button, main menu. And then timescale equals 0. Yeah, I'm not sure if it like renders buttons like unable to be interacted with. I guess that's what we're gonna find out. Alright, let's give it a shot. For some reason I can still rotate. And then it looks like, oh. Okay, if we want to reload, I guess when like we reload the scene, we need time dot timescale equals 1, because that's how you renormalize the timescale. And then we do this. So we press escape again while the game is paused. Basically invert all this nonsense. Yeah, I think that should be the functionality we want. And obviously, like, I can go back and make that better. Like, refactor it or something. I can go back and make that a little not as nonsense looking. I don't know, maybe I could have like a text element that says paused or something. Okay. Oh, right. So is game paused? We need to use this. So is pause would equal true here. And then is game paused would equal false. Okay, we're almost there. I just kind of, I find that interesting that so when you like pause the game, it pauses like any movement, I suppose. I don't know, I'm not entirely sure, like, there's some things that can still be interacted with. I don't know, the ship still seems to rotate while you have the game paused, but I guess that's not that big of a deal. So I don't know, let's see, like, if I do that. Why are the elements not appearing now? Why? Game is not paused. Oh, shit. Okay, try that again. Did Twitch just die on me? Sorry about that. Sometimes the stream has been kind of funky lately. I know it ruins the engagement. But I'll probably be ending the stream. I'll probably be ending the stream soon. Okay, now the key just doesn't do anything. Huh. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how we're gonna handle the pause screen here. I don't know, it might also be something that I should put in like a separate file. I don't know, I'll leave that there for now. Yeah, I'll just leave this here as like pause stuff. I think this might be a good place to call it here. I think we made like a very good amount of progress, and that's exactly what I was aiming to do. That's why I was like waiting a couple more days than I normally do. Because it's like, I don't know, I wait like a week or so because I'm conceptualizing other things I need to add. But we're in a position where we can add whatever the hell we want now. We can add like new enemies and new items and more levels. It's like, I think I'm feeling really good about the next time we stream this. Which, I'm not sure when it'll be. There'll be a lot of stuff I want to do. There's, like, a lot of stuff that's happening this September that I kind of wanted to stream. And I'm, like, thinking about, like, what I'm prioritizing. But, I know, like, when I finish this game, I'll probably, like, put it up on itch.io or leave it down in the Discord somewhere. And then I'll also, I might, like, take a small break and, like, from, like, doing on-stream game dev stuff. And I'll probably, like, replace it with something else for the time being. But until then, I think I'm gonna call the stream here. So thank you everyone so much for watching. Thank you to, what was his name? Coppinger. Thank you for sending a raid my way. I really appreciate it. Thank you to my moderators for watching over Twitch and YouTube. Thank you to everybody who came by and everybody who stuck around to the end. And I am going to end the stream here. All right, goodbye.